everyone. I'm having some issues with the sound again. This happens every time I take my headset and take it downstairs. If you can't hear the music right now, let me know. But I'm not sure how to fix it because this happens every time and I don't understand why. I told it to go through the second whatever. So, hello everyone. I'm just talking and updating you guys on some things. Something weird that's going on right now. I don't know. Can you guys hear the music? It says it's still on. I don't know. They really are, Frankie. They really are. Let's go to our little spooky campfire and hopefully you guys will be able to hear it. My sound is coming through my PC speakers. I'm trying to figure out why. You guys can hear it? Huh. Because I can't hear it on my headset at all. Not Willie! Hi, baby. Okay, let me catch up with you guys. Hold on a second. Audio issues aside, let's see. Wellport popped in with the kitties in a box. Lost Victorian prepared a bowl of moon sugar for 173, and he's right here. There he is. I'll be sure to take that over to him. It's Queen said here. Frankie, a campfire. I'll make perfect kindling. You are immortal, aren't you? So I'm sure you'll be fine. I will roast some moon sugar with 173 today. As Lost Victorian Wellport. The kitties popped out again. Feel like audio issues are the truest bane of every streamer. I can hear it. Hi, I'm back. I can hear your voice. Okay, can you guys hear the campfire sounds though? Because I sure can't. Oh man, I cannot hear them. Okay, I'm gonna do something. You guys are gonna hear double audio for a minute, so I need to check something. Campfire. I'll make perfect kindling. You are immortal, aren't you? So I'm sure you'll be fine. I will roast some. Yeah, I don't hear it at all. I don't hear it at all when I pull up my stream. You guys hear me talking? I can only hear you. Okay, we'll figure this out together. Oh, I should be speaking quietly because this is supposed to be more. Okay, hold on a minute, guys. Hold on a second. Let me try something here. So I'm gonna unplug this and plug it back in. Plugged in my headphones. I plugged in my headphones. You can hear the starting music. Okay, it must be because it's on a different channel of audio. Man, this happens every time I unplug these dang headphones to take them downstairs to use them on my other computer. Worst comes to worst, I could just pull up some campfire sounds on YouTube. Because I don't know what's going on here. Oh, wait. No. I do disable. What does it do? And then default. Nope. I don't know. It doesn't want to behave, so what I'm gonna do, I don't know what's going on with it right now. I'm going to just pull up campfire sounds on YouTube because it doesn't want to behave. I don't know why it does this. And all the settings look right, so who knows. Let's see, campfire sounds. Because it's all set up and everything, but I don't know. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear that. But thank you for letting me know. Thank you. It helps me so much because Otherwise, I have to pull up one of my own streams, and then you guys hear double audio, and so on and so forth. Okay. It's SCP? I don't know. Yeah, there's an SCP in my PC, Willie. In the back. Oh, in the back. Well, in the back, sorry, this is supposed to be ASMR. Yes, it's 173. Okay, so in the back, we have you guys. You guys are symbolized by the unicorn until I design something unique for you all to represent you all. This is the rainbow little unicorn. Then we have 173, and then we have Fabrosi, your guys' little baby brother. He's a cacodemon from the depths of hell. And then we have a ribbit from Ion. Let me know if you guys can hear the forest sounds I'm playing through YouTube right now. And then we'll get on with the SCP. The SCPs I have chosen for today are 049, 610, and SCD Locke's proposal for SCP-001, which is called Daybreak. It is one of my favorites ever. Ever, ever, ever. I've got my tea here. I can only hear your voice, I think. Man, I have no idea what's going on then. Because I hear it through my headset, and usually anything I can hear through my headset, you guys can hear, so I don't know what's going on. Oh, hold on. What about now? SCP-101. Sure, I was actually gonna have you guys give me requests. Sure. SCP-101. I'm not familiar with that one. But yeah, if you guys know SCP, you're welcome to give me recommendations to read today. 101. Pretty please? Of course, guys, of course. Oh, he's cute! He's a little babe. Okay, that's cute. We could fist fight the audio. If you guys could do that for me, I would be very, very happy. Havoc! Welcome back, baby. Welcome back. We're just fighting with the audio right here. Our first SCP of the day is SCP My Fucking Computer. 106 from previous stories. 106. Didn't we already do 106? Oops. Yeah, the old man. Yeah, we did 106. Yeah, he's very spooky. Can you guys hear the audio now? I'm gonna pause this. And I'm gonna go to my audio. Hold on, guys. Let me turn up my audio. Hold on. Properties. Here we go. This might be it. No, this is not it. I appreciate your patience, everyone. Today is not the day for things to be things. I'm gonna play the one on YouTube. Can you guys? You heard it? Okay, yeah, I'll just play the one on YouTube. I don't know what's going on with OBS right now. Oh well. Let me know about the volume. Is the volume okay? And I'm playing, to give credit, we're listening to ambience compiled by Calmed by Nature, and they have a cute little owl. So there you go, guys. Okay, so today, once again, I'm going to be reading to you SCP-049, SCP-610, and then then we have SD Locke's proposal for 001, which is called Daybreak, and then we had a request from, who gave me the request? Willie. Willie gave us a request for 101, so yeah, there we go. And if you guys have any other requests, we can do them for sure. We can hear the forest. You guys hear it? You hear frogs? Yay, okay, you guys can hear it now. Okay, I had to pull it from YouTube, unfortunately. Sneaks the movie into RST, what she's saying. I'll pretend like I didn't see that. Okay, is everybody ready? It's so lovely to see all you guys here today from my ASMR. Okay, we're gonna start with a classic and a simple one to start you guys off simple. So SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. He's a very handsome gentleman. Let me get a picture of him up here on the screen. This is him in containment. If you guys have ever played SCP Containment Breach, he's voiced by the Volgan, who's a very well-known SCP creator. I've been considering listening to his SCP videos with you guys on stream, but I don't know how I feel about that kind of thing yet. So I might just watch them in my own time, but we'll see. If you guys want to watch them together, we can. But 049 is class Euclid. And sorry, I'm adjusting my mic. Here we go. He's class Euclid, so he's fairly easy to contain. So he's the same class as 173 over here, this little buddy. Yes, there is a Plague Doctor. He's very interesting, as you guys will find out. So his special containment procedures. He is to be contained within a standard secure humanoid containment cell. Thank you, Windows. You're supposed to be on silent right now, Windows. Sorry about that, guys. It usually goes into silent mode. I don't know why it's being such a brat right now. Let's see, focuses this. I don't know. Anyway, so they're to be contained in a standard cell at Site 19, Sector 02. 049 must be sedated before any attempts to transport it. During transport, 049 must be secured within a Class 3 humanoid restriction harness, including a locking collar and extension restraints, and monitored by no fewer than 2 armed guards. 049 is generally cooperative with most Foundation personnel. Or while they are cooperative with most personnel, outbursts of sudden changes in behavior are to be met with elevated force. Under no circumstances should any personnel come into direct contact with 049 during these outbursts. In the event 049 becomes aggressive, the application of lavender has been shown to produce a calming effect on the entity. Once calmed, 049 generally becomes compliant and will return to containment with little resistance. In order to facilitate the ongoing containment, the entity is to be provided with the corpse of a recently deceased animal, typically a bovine or other large mammal, once every 2 weeks for study. Corpses that become instances of 049-2 are to be removed from SCP-049's containment cell and incinerated. They are no longer permitted to interact with human subjects, and requests for human subjects are to be denied. What follows is a temporary containment procedure update. Per Containment Committee Order numbers, 049 is no longer permitted to interact directly with any members of Foundation staff, nor is it to be provided with any additional corpses to be used in its surgeries. This order shall persist indefinitely until such a time a consensus regarding the ongoing containment of 049 can be reached. Description: SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height. Very tall boy. Let me get that conversion for those of you who don't know meters. 149 feet. He is 6.2. He's 6'2", which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. While 049 appears to be wearing the thick robes and ceramic mask indicative of that profession, the garments seem to have grown out of its body over time, and are now nearly indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, 049 does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. And provided is an X-ray image of its skeletal structure. That is his actual face, or its actual face. They're not supposed to have genders. O49 is capable of speech in a variety of languages, though tends to prefer English or medieval French. While O49 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become especially irritated or at times outright aggressive if it feels that was a good way to get my attention, Frankie. Or not Frankie. I was looking at the wrong name. Willie. Kelpies. Okay. Kelpies. Kelpies. Alright. No, don't worry, Willie. You don't have to do that. I would see it eventually. Because I'm going to go back and read all of your guys' stuff. But thank you. I'll think about it. For sure. While 049 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become easily irritated or at times outright aggressive if it feels that it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. Although the exact nature of this pestilence is currently unknown to Foundation researchers, it does seem to be an issue of immense concern to 049. The SCP will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence, often having to be restrained should it encounter such. If left unchecked, 049 will generally attempt to kill any such individual. This SCP is capable of causing all biological functions of an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown, and autopsies of 049's victims have invariably been inconclusive. 049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse using the implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances of SCP-049-2. Oh, he's so handsome. Alright. There's another picture from here I can show you guys. 049-2 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by 049. These instances do not seem to retain any of their prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little and in general ambulatory fashion, they can become aggressive if provoked, or if directed to by 049. -2 instances express active biological functions, though these are vastly different from currently understood human physiology. Despite these alterations, 049 often remarks that the subjects have been cured. Addendum. Discovery. 049 was discovered during the investigation of a series of unknown disappearances in the town of Montauban, I mispronounced that, let me know, in southern France. During a raid on a local home, investigators found several instances of 049-2, as well as 049. While law enforcement personnel engaged the hostile 049-2 instances, 049 was noted as watching the engagement and taking notes in its journal. After all the 049-2 instances were dispatched, 049 willingly entered Foundation custody. This is what he looked like upon discovery. He is handsome boy. Picture over here so you guys can have a look at that. The following interview was conducted by Dr. Raymond Ham during the initial investigation. Begin log. So, this says in French. I do not know how to say this in French, but there is an English translation then. But he says this in French. So, then, how should we begin? An introduction? Dr. Ham. Is that French? Can we get a translator? In English, then he switches to English. The King's English. No need for translation, sir. I can speak it well enough. He has a very deep voice, though, but I don't know if I can do both the English accent and the deep voice. Good. My name is Dr. Raymond Ham, and a doctor. A like-minded individual, no doubt. Wherein is your specialty, sir? Cryptobiology. Why? A medical man, such as myself. Wonders abound. And here I was worried I had been abducted by accomplished street thugs. Looks around the room. This place, then. Is this your laboratory? I had wanted as clean as it is, and with such little trace of the pestilence here. The, pestilence? What do you mean? The scourge, the great dying. Come now, you know, what is it they call it? No matter. The pestilence, yes. It abounds outside these walls, you know. So many have succumbed, and many more will come too, till such a time as a perfect cure can be developed. Fortunately, I am very close. It is my duty in life to rid the world of it, you see. The cure to end all cures. Okay, so when you say the Great Dying, are you talking about the bubonic plague? I don't know what that is. I see. Right, well, the entities our agents encountered at that house, they were dead when you encountered them, yes? And, you reanimated them? In a manner of speaking, you see things too simply, Doctor. Expand your horizons. Life and death, sickness and health. These are amateur terms for amateur physicians. There's only one ailment that exists in the world of men, and that is the pestilence, and nothing else. Make no mistake, they were very ill, all of them. You think you cured those people? Indeed. My cure is most effective. The things we encountered were not human. Yes, well, it is not a perfect cure. But that will come with time, and further experimentation. I have spent a lifetime developing my methods, Dr. Ham, and will spend a lifetime more if necessary. Now we have wasted too much time. There is work to do. I will require a laboratory of my own, one where I can continue my research unimpeded, and assistance, of course, though I can provide those on my own in time. I don't think our organization will be willing to... Nonsense. We're all men of science. Fetch your coat and show me to the quarters, Doctor. Our work begins now. Interviewers note, while SCP-049 is capable of communicating in a very human way, there is a strange sense of unease that one experiences in its presence. Make no mistake, there is something very uncanny about this entity indeed. Additionally, we've confiscated that pointed stick that 049 keeps waving around. Part of this was due to standard confiscation protocols for the possessions of anomalies, and part because 049 really is a menace swinging it around like he does. The entity was displeased at first, but after we made some concessions in providing it with test subjects, we are, admittedly, more for the benefit of our own research, it warmed up to the idea. I'm going to stop to catch up with you guys a bit. Let's see. Hello, Windows. Yeah, Windows came in to say hey to you guys. Frankie, I believe Windows should qualify as an SCP. Yeah, especially my Windows. Jeez. 1.9 meters? Yeah, he's a tall boy. Oh yeah, Kelpies. Be careful about spamming, okay, Lily? But yeah, Kelpies. Maybe. I had a skeleton once. Interesting. I don't have a skeleton. I don't know if you guys know that or not. So cool. Spoopy beep. He's very cool. Yes. And let's see. Happy. I'm glad. It's pronounced Montremont. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. Seems like a very reasonable SCP that you have to have a nice conversation with. That you can. Yes, he's very reasonable. And I could bring up some voiced interviews if you guys would like to listen to them by the Vulcan. I know, right? I feel like I could play Scott with him and have a good time. Maybe he would. Yeah, maybe he'd be interested. Breath of fresh air from all those that hate humans and just want to kill you. Exactly. And there are plenty of SCPs like him that are very cooperative. I'll be sure to read some more to you guys. So to continue, Addendum 049-2 Observation Log. While in containment at Site 19, 049 has spent a considerable amount of time studying and performing surgery on the various mammalian corpses it has been provided. 049 will routinely spend several days performing surgery, and then, regardless of whether or not the corpse becomes an instance of 049-2, spending several more days documenting its finding in a thick leather journal stored within its doctor's bag. 049 will often seek to share its findings with members of Foundation staff. The following is a log of several occasions during which 049 was observed operating on a mammalian corpse. Yes, I'll play that for you guys after I'm finished reading. The Vulcan has a really pretty voice for him that you will hear. And I'm sorry if my British accent wasn't very good. I really need to practice it. But when he said the King's English, I'm like, okay, he probably isn't speaking with an American accent. Oh. I went for an English one. I'm sorry, I did my best. Preface. A test subject, a D-class, was introduced into 049's containment cell. The entity expressed sincere gratitude towards all members of the containment and research staff. 049 began by asking the D-class several standard medical questions as it began removing tools from its bag. Shortly after finishing its preparations, 049 quickly closed the distance between the two, killing the subject with a touch to its throat. 049 made a number of considerable alterations to the basic structure of the subject's corpse, often introducing fluids from within the bag into the subject by way of a hand-powered pump and copper tubing. The resulting 049-2 instance became animated, flailing and grasping at the walls of the chamber with a number of manufactured limbs while moaning out of an oblong orifice now present in its sternum. During this time, 049 was observed taking notes of the instance in its journal and remarking to the watching research staff about the efficacy of its cure. Security personnel entered the chamber to move 049 back to containment and were attacked by the instance. The security team dispatched the 049-2 instance, and 049 returned to containment with no resistance, stating that it was pleased with the results. Voice interview. I feel like this is a class of Spooky University with all the images and stories, and maybe an interview to hear his voice. Yes. I like how I've been doing this. I like having more, like, what's the word? Feedback for you guys than just me reading. Like, I like showing you guys pictures, and I like having you guys listen to stuff, so we'll do that. You think Bookworm from the hit series Bookworm Adventures in SCP? I bet he's the most popular SCP. He could be an SCP. He's a talking worm, so he's definitely one. I don't know. I think 173 has him beat. 173 is pretty up there. You have a beautiful voice, McQueen. Thank you, Willie. Thank you, thank you. I love oblong orifice. Me too, Frankie. I love the unique ones. They're pretty rad. Then we have another observational log. 049 was provided the corpse of a recently deceased orangutan. The SCP expressed noted gratitude at the provision due to the similarities between the orangutan and human physiology. 049 spent several days operating on the orangutan. I always wonder if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Because all my life I pronounced it as if there was a G at the end, and there is not another G at the end. It's orangutan. So 049 spent several days operating on the orangutan, animating it several times. However, 049 appeared to be discontent with the results it experienced, returning to the creature 3 times after its initial reanimation for additional work. After it was unable to reanimate the corpse a 5th time, 049 turned the corpse over to Foundation staff for incineration, stating, "I've learned so much from..." Nope, it's his voice, so... "I have learned so much from this, though I fear my early optimism was misplaced. I hadn't yet come across such a stumbling block on my road to the cure. More subjects like this would do a great deal in advancing my research." I feel like he sounds so Australian when I do the accent. So here's the next observational log. 049 was provided the corpse of a recently deceased bovine, which is a cow, for anyone who doesn't know. 049 expressed mild annoyance at the provision, though accepted it nonetheless. The SCP spent several days operating on the bovine corpse, breaking only to dine on a requested dinner of thin crackers, salted pork, and hard cheese. Beginning first by embalming the corpse, 049 was observed producing a number of long syringes from its bag, each containing different dark, viscous fluid. 049 described these fluids as essences of the humors, and elaborated by saying, the pestilence may bring about a systematic imbalance. In such a case, before true healing can begin, one must find this is so hard to do. One must find the humors imbalance of the body will reject the cure. Because I'm trying to make his voice kind of deep, but also do the accent. It's so hard to do both. Over the next few days, 049 spent a considerable amount of time adjusting the organs of the corpse with a number of large metal instruments. After 8 days, 049 produced a lightning rod, which Dr. Ham exchanged for an electric cattle prod attached to an extension cord and struck the corpse in several locations. This action seemingly had the effect of reanimating the bovine, which once again became ambulatory, despite the inversion of the head and reorientation of its limbs. let me see here. So I'm gonna, instead of... I might, because they have recordings here. I was just gonna pull up one on YouTube. Okay, let me see, SCP. But I might just play one of these for you guys, unless you like listening to my voice acting. Interview. It might just be the same interview that's here. There he is. Oh, it's just the same. And here comes Sasa. So yeah, I'll play it for you guys after. I'll just read them all out to you guys right now. Hi Sasa, he's nuzzling my microphone. You guys hear him there? You guys will probably... And I don't know if it said thank you. Thank you, Willie. Thank you for, you have a beautiful voice, my queen. There he goes. I think he's gonna get on his shelf now. Bye, Sasa. Maybe we can have a blackboard next time and pen the images there. Maybe. Maybe. Queen agreed. The queen has a beautiful voice. Oh, thank you guys. I've always had strange feelings about my voice. Mixed feelings. So that means a lot. I hate it when my head gets inverted. You mean you're right, Frankie? Well, that is his head, technically. There goes Sasa, he changed his mind. So, what do you guys think here? Do you guys think I should just keep trying to make his voice deep and English, or I should pick one or the other? Do you guys want to hear my deep voice for him, or just my accent for him? Because it's hard for me to do both. I've never tried and bring my bag. It sounds like an excellent experiment. Frankie, no. I think the galaxy will come out, Frankie. Frankie, no. Unless that's different than it getting knocked off. I trust you, Frankie. Because when I do my... Excellent. When I do my straight English accent, it doesn't really remind me of 049. But... I'll try to do both again. Okay, follow-up interview. So this is Dr. Ham interviewing him again. And I'll just read it for you guys. Oh, this is... Oh, I want to play it for you guys. I'm going to play it. Oh, it doesn't want to play. Okay, I guess I just have to read it then. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I have one of his interviews pulled up here on... YouTube though, so you guys will get to hear him, don't worry. Okay, follow-up interview. Begin log. What's going on? I would like to hear that soup just out of curiosity. Is everything okay, guys? What's going on? That's why it's worth testing. That's fine. As long as it doesn't involve me. Okay, guys. Follow-up interview. Begin log. So, 049, doctor. We've watched you work for several weeks now, and honestly, I'm not sure I understand what you're doing. Can you describe your process in detail? Oh, goodness, no. The process is most intensive. As I said to your assistant, the best instruction you'll find about my methods are here in my journals, as I've kept exhaustive records of my work here. I see. My concern, Doctor, is that we still don't understand what you're seeking to cure, or how it manifests, or how turning these creatures into quasi-living, mindless drones helps in that effort. Do you not understand the pestilence, even after all this time? Doctor, it is an unspeakable horror, one that has shown its true face many times before and will again. I find myself blessed with the wisdom and good senses needed to root it out and destroy it, but many like yourself cannot. It is a cruel judgment, I fear, to be at the mercy of a disease you cannot fully comprehend. That still doesn't answer my question. How's your cure any kind of cure at all? It is a cure. You may laugh at my efforts if you please, but do not besmirch the good name of scientific progress that has developed this great mercy. What you do short-sightedly see here is a life better than any this creature could have hoped for, stricken as it was with pestilence. This creature is now clean, unable to spread the pestilence, and free from the terror it would have experienced otherwise. This is hardly a creature at all, Doctor. It's not even... Do not jape with me, sir. You and your colleagues are like so many others, unable to look past minor setbacks to see the salvation taking place before your very eyes. Do you wait to remove rotten limbs, rotten timbers until the whole collapses on top of you? No. You find them and you pull them out and replace them with those untouched by rot. And most of all, you do not simply mock the structure because it now looks different to you. It is strong. It is free of disease. I'm sorry, Doctor. I didn't mean to agitate you. I'm just trying to understand. Yes, well, do mind your words in the future, Doctor. I am a professional, but even professionals may feel the bite of pride in doing criticisms of their masterpiece. I will forgive this as an act of good faith between colleagues. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, that will be all. Another test subject on the usual schedule. You know my preference of subjects with more human anatomies. End log. 049 does seem to genuinely want to help other humans, though it has not yet been able to provide a concrete example of what exactly it is trying to save us all from. I have watched it now over several weeks, and while the outcomes do not seem to ever change, 049 seems to claim that it is growing closer to its perfect cure. I think the entity may be more aware of the reality of these outcomes than it would like us to think. Willie. Oh, he's back. But I'm yawning. The boy is at my microphone again. This is my familiar baby Sasa. Thank you for the hearts, everyone. Thank you for anyone who's able to do them. Hello. And if you aren't able to do them, you can just put them in chat if you want to. There he goes. There he goes. He's on his shelf now. He wants to cure COVID-24. Oh, goodness. Addendum. The April 16th of 2017 incident. Starting shortly after SCP-049's initial containment, Dr. Ham conducted a number of interviews with the subject regarding its anomalous properties, and over time began to note its displeasure with the subjects and the O-2 instances, or the -2 instances. This continued for a period of several months, during which 049 never exhibited any aggressive behaviors. There you go, Lost Victoria. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry if that was loud, guys. My microphone is so low, it scraped my desk. I'm sorry, guys. I hope that wasn't loud. Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. Yes, if you guys can't do the heart emote, just feel free to do what Lost Victorian did. Okay. So, right now, 049 is displeased with the subjects it's been given and the -2 instances. This continued for a period of several months, during which 049 never exhibited any aggressive behaviors. Oh, sorry. On the 16th of April, 2017, as Dr. Ham was entering 049's test chamber to conduct another routine interview, the entity began to grow anxious and asked Dr. Ham if he was feeling well. Following protocol, Dr. Ham reminded 049 that the interview was required, after which the entity became hostile and attacked Dr. Ham, killing him. Due to a lapse in security protocol and because Dr. Ham did not activate the in-chamber emergency system, Dr. Ham's corpse was not discovered until 3 hours later, by which point 049 had converted it into an instance of 049-2. In the aftermath of this incident, 049 was interviewed by Dr. Theron Sherman. Interviewer, Dr. Theron Sherman, Site 42. Interviewee, SCP-049. I need you to explain yourself. 049, you are being directed to explain your actions, and I'll remind you that failure to cooperate will result in further restrictions during your containment. My actions do not need to be explained. You kill Raymond Ham and then butchered him until he not dead. No, not dead. He is cured. Cured? Cured of what? The pestilence, sir. I thought you, at least, would realize that what luck it is that I detected it before. What pestilence? You keep going on and on about this pestilence, but have you not once been able to properly identify this disease? What could you possibly seen in him today that you had not seen so many times before? That it would be worth his life? The pestilence presents and progresses in unforeseen fashions. It's a queer way of creeping into the unprepared and call it what you want, Doctor. It was a mercy I did it to him. He is cured. He is a vegetable. I would not expect you to understand. You and your ilk have proven time and time again to be not men of science, but men of emotion. You cannot appreciate the holes I've seen. Those many millions who have succumbed to the pestilence and been changed to. Your cure cost Ray his life. No, good sir, I have saved it. You would allow this world to slip back into the despair of disease and death, ignoring that I've created a miracle. And what disease? What pestilence? He was a healthy man. He was a good doctor. I am offering to freely to the afflicted. I'm offering it freely to the afflicted. You are not worth this argument, sir. You are short-sighted and foolish. Dr. Ham was sick, and I cured him. I am the only one who can do this. My work must continue. There's so much to learn. So much. I've had enough of this. Consider your allowances revoked. Welcome to Containment 049. We're done here. Do, and others can be saved. Even you, though you do not deserve it, might be saved. I can save them all. I can cast down this plague once and for all. I can do this. Only me. I saved Dr. Ham. I cured him. He was sick. I know he was sick. I know he wasn't. I know you are all sick, and I can save you. I can save all of you because I am the cure. The following interview is an excerpt from 4/16/17/049 Incident Report. The interview was conducted by Dr. Elijah Itkin and took place 3 weeks after the start of the initial investigation. Date: May 7th of 2017. Begin log. So, SCP-049, we are conducting this interview to close out our investigation of your actions taken on the 16th of April that resulted in the death of a staff member. Do you have any comments to make? Only that I look forward to the day when you will allow me to resume my work. I spent the last few weeks compiling my notes and constructing a new theory for how the pestilence was able to infect someone in such an insidious manner that I nearly couldn't get detected. Have you experienced any remorse for your actions for the death of Dr. Ham? Yes. Well, the death of a colleague is always regrettable, but in the face of the pestilence, we must be swift, Doctor, and act without hesitation. Dr. Sherman noted in his report that you seemed to be mournful during your initial interview. Well, perhaps. I had not thought that. It is lamentable that a fellow doctor became infected, but the work continues. Regrettable as it was, Dr. Ham's death provided important insight. Living human subjects are the only way to proceed forward. I am decided. My cure is of little use on dead flesh, and I've gleaned all I can from your generous supply of corpses. My desires turn towards tending to those still living who suffer from the disease. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Oh, Doctor, I wouldn't be so sure. Footnotes. The robes and gloves of 049 are identical to a thick hide built upon its skin, while the mask is composed of kind of chitin growing out of the bones of the face. The entity claims to have originated in 15th century France, though admits that it is particularly well-traveled. The space within this bag is seemingly, the doctor's bag, is seemingly anomalously large, as 049 has been observed pulling objects larger than the bag itself from within it in order to operate on deceased subjects. 049 has stated its desire to work on human subjects several times between this occasion and the earlier provision of an orangutan, noting its discontentedness when they would not be provided. 049 has expressed that it does not require sustenance, but it enjoys it and feels that the food helps to put it in the right mind to operate. The SCP added to this statement by saying, "This is, of course, elementary knowledge for the practical physician. I would have thought you would have learned this during your education." Notably, 049's journals are not written in any known language, and attempts by linguists and codebreakers to decipher them have been unsuccessful. There are a lot of stories connected to 049. Oh wow, these are lovely. Maybe we'll read them another time, unless you guys want to hear them now. But that's all for his. Excuse me, for its. They're not supposed to have genders. It's entry. So humans can remove the hearts of... No. Frankie, no. No. This is not a good example of how to treat humans. Humans cannot remove their hearts, unfortunately. Curative continuity. It's Frankie. Yeah, it's Frankie. Maybe... Is that doctor's bag you, Frankie? You've been consorting with 049? I mean, can you introduce us? I'm very interested to meet 049 and see what he'd think of me not being human, you know? Because he could operate on me and I'd be fine, because I don't have a normal body. Oh, this is a nice short story tied to 049, so I'm gonna read it for you guys. And I'm sorry that my English accent sounded more, it sounded, it sounded New Zealand-like. It sounded like a New Zealand accent near the end there. I really need to practice like a posh English accent. I can't really quite do it. I just end up sounding like I'm speaking Cockney, mate. Or Australian, or human doctors. Like, I've worked with them before. Oh, that's awesome, Frankie. I'm sure you've been able to help a lot of doctors with your endless space inside. Okay, so this is a story tied to 049, and it is from the footnote where it says, the entity claims to have originated in 15th century France. It admits that it is particularly well-traveled, and then when you click on the well-traveled, it goes to a short story called Going Home. So did you... Well, I guess after I read this, I'm going to ask you guys, give you guys a little, not quite a quiz, but I'm going to ask you guys some questions about 049. Going home, he felt it, the unmistakable sensation of the pestilence. It was impossibly small, but unimaginably intense, like a needle in his eye. It was faint, but pungent, as though the disease had been festering undisturbed in containment for so long that its miasma had built and wafted out, enough for him to taste the scant particles of tainted air. He had lost track of time in his cell. Doctors had used to come and bring him specimens to study, to perfect his methods. That had ended long, long ago, when the doctors had realized that they themselves weren't free from disease. Still, after that, they had still checked on him. The voice would come out of his walls and ask him questions about what he was doing, or how he was feeling, or if he had any regrets for what he'd done. Regrets. The thought was as foolish as any he had ever heard. Still, even that too had faded in time. The voices long ago had stopped, and he had been content to rest in this pristine cell, away from that wretched disease, alone with his thoughts. In the constant soft white light that bathed his cell, the doctor reclined himself on a comfortable mattress. Eventually, perhaps, he would have stopped thinking. But that had been before the familiar, detestable presence had returned, burning at his mind. He found himself standing before the door to his cell, studying it. It had no handle, opened when his captors ordered it. While the lights had remained functional, the electromagnetic lock had not. His bag contained steel tools, and he did not understand how to relent. It took a tremendous amount of doing, but he got it open a crack, wide enough to put his weight into it. He didn't know how long it took to widen it enough to pass through. He didn't really register the passage of time anymore. Then, he was in a hallway, well lit and devoid of any other life, all the easier to navigate. He followed the sticking sensation of the disease, navigating the corridors of those he'd drawn up the floor plan. The lights were all functional. All the other containment chambers were still sealed. At last, he found it, behind an unlocked door within a locked metal locker. His containment cell door had been made of much sterner stuff. In short order, the door lay twisted at his feet. He pulled a rectangular metal box from the locker, studying it intently. His finger found a button, pressed it, and the box's lid swung open. Super cool, preservative gases mingled with the air outside the box for the first time in a long, long time. He might as well have been struck in the face. Vapor, colder than ice, wafted in a great cloud from the unsealed box, and he dropped it on the floor, to the floor with a clatter, which echoed throughout the silent facility. He steeled himself, kneeling down, lifting the face-down box aside, and gingerly plucked the tiny black speck from beneath it with his index finger and thumb. Behind his mask he grit his teeth, and held the mosquito up to his eye. It wasn't the insect. It was the sack of blood which the creature had engorged on. The upturned metal box became his operating table, black bag slamming unceremoniously to the ground. His hands dove inside, withdrawing an empty brass syringe and a vial of thick black fluid. The needle plunged through the cork stopper, filling the glass cylinder halfway with the viscous pitch. The needle withdrew, then pierced the engorged mosquito's body, withdrawing the plague blood within it to mix with the black medicine in his syringe. He left the insect's dry husk on the box, bringing the syringe level with his eyes. He shook it, tapping the glass with his finger to encourage the reaction. He considered the dead husk of the insect still before him. It wouldn't do to let any lingering trace of the pestilence remain in this poor creature. When he was satisfied with the mixture, the needle found the insect's blood sac again, filling its tiny body with the cold, black mixture. The dead insect's body twitched and jerked to life as the black fluid filled it. The body's movement built up a tiny electric charge, enough to reboot the silicon microprocessors in the bug's brain. Leslie's eyes were the first organ she remembered how to interpret. She should be in the living room. That's where she'd gone, but this wasn't Meryl's living room. The blurred figure she saw couldn't be Meryl. Who's there? She weakly asked at length. The clarifying black blur shifted, coming more clearly into focus. Where is Meryl? There's no one here but me and you. The black form shifted and came closer until white filled Leslie's vision. She made out the icy gray eyes observing her. Oh, where am I? You are in a prison, but the wardens, it seems, have left. Prison? Leslie staggered to stand on her 6 legs, wings slowly returning to life to beat weakly. What kind of prison? Her voice cut off as her GPS locator cut on. Oh God, I'm at Site 19? Is that what this place is called? Odd, after all this time, that I would learn this prison's name from a mosquito. I need to get back to Merle. I don't know where or who Merle is. I know where he lives. I can find it. The weight of her situation began to dawn on her. She was several hundred miles from Merla's house, in the middle of Site 19, with an anomaly she knew nothing about. Still, at least, it wasn't some monster trying to kill her. I don't know how I could ever get out of here. The doctor stood up, brought one hand up to curl slowly before his eyes. I have gotten myself this far, and now that I have, I've no further reason to stay here. Then you'll help me get out of here? Leslie's wings bore her up to land on the black-gloved hand. I will. I can't thank you enough. Thank you. Leslie gathered herself, ceasing her trembling. My name is Leslie. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. The wind blasted the landscape mercilessly, as it had every day. At least today, there was no astringent rain. Thick, gray-black clouds roiled overhead. The pair had walked for nearly a week and had not yet encountered a single living person. The few animals they had seen were sick, mangy things. Leslie felt the sky weigh down on her like a dark gray iron blanket. She was having a hard time remembering what the sun looked like. She was afraid she might start to forget Merla's face. We're close, she said, to break the monotony. Just a few more miles, and then... She didn't dare finish the thought. The sound of the doctor's feet crunching through the parched landscape was barely audible over the rush of the wind. And then we will arrive, he finished for her. Tell me, doctor, why did you come all this way with me? You could have just left when we got out, gone your own way. Merely because I wanted to. Thank you, doctor. Leslie didn't know what to do when they arrived at Merla's house. The barren streets howled with the wind, but Leslie could only hear the wails of damnation. The lights were off, the doors hung open. No one had been here in decades. They went inside. The familiar living room would have made her retch if she were physically able. Merla wasn't here. How long? Leslie asked if they had stood in silence in the room where she had died. The question wasn't directed at her companion. She checked the clock on her internal positioning system. Oh, he repeated, unsure. 200. I've been dead for 200 years? She wailed, collapsing in the palm of the doctor's hands. And the Merla is dead. So it appears. Everyone is dead, she said, seeming able to grapple finally with the fact. Everyone. Really? She repeated to herself until the words lost meaning to her. The doctor sat on the frayed, ragged carpet, resting his back against the wall. The hand in which Leslie mourned held out before him. He asked, "Where will you go now?" He lived here, so now I will live here. It will be just like it was. She couldn't continue and fell to her side against the rough but comforting leather. She had no tears, but her sobs racked her nonetheless. Any minute, Merle will come through the door, right? And I will wait for him, here with you. Oh my god. That was really good. This is the first time I've read that. Oh my god. If anyone's confused, let me know. Because it took me a moment myself while I was reading. Like half a second. But it's okay if you guys got a little confused, because I know I did for a moment. Helping is probably a strong word. It was early on in my bag life. Oh, Frankie. Oh, you did your best, right? That's all anyone can ask of you? You know, silver lining and all that. Thank you for the heart, guys. Thank you, thank you. 049. See, the thing is, 049 is very nice. Okay, I'm gonna say he, because in this story about him, there are male pronouns, and it's easier for me to say he than it. But that being said, guys, if your guys' pronouns are not, if you guys have pronouns that are like they, them, or something else, let me know. I can get used to it. You know, it'll just take some getting used to. But, love the crackling fire, makes you think of crispy crackle fires. Thank you for the hearts, guys. So, the plague doctor can be very kind, very cordial. He is a doctor after all, right? And doctors should be kind. Doctors should be cordial. He's very charming. I may have a crush, but that being said, so let me go back to his original article. So people have a theory that the plague or the pestilence he keeps talking about, do any of you guys have a guess? I'm gonna let you guys guess before I give what I've heard is the interpretation of what it is. But so when they were talking to him, he kept getting interviewed. And they're like, well, what is it? And he could never describe it to them. And he's like, no, it's too complex, you know, I can't describe it to you. And so we never get a full picture of what it is. But what we do know is it's something pretty common. Ricky says capitalism. Plague Doctor is pretty cool. Maybe it's life itself. Oh, Lost Victorian. And why do you think that, Lost Victorian? Maybe elaborate? Because he says it's overly complicated. When they asked him if it was the Black Plague, he was very confused. He didn't even know what that was. So it was, I think, before his time? Maybe. Anyway. And then when he uses his cure, it reanimates dead bodies. But then when he uses it on live people, it kills them. And then in this story, it seemed like he switched the souls of a mosquito and a human. That's at least what it seemed like to me. But there was also a huge passage of time. And he has this special liquid. Now here's the thing, guys. The short stories stand aside from the SCP articles, so the main canon, so to speak, but SCP has like a fluid canon is what it's called, which means you can accept or discard whatever you want, whatever fits how you feel about the foundation and the story. So if all you want is just his article, that's all that's canon. But people write these stories that intertwine with the SCP entries, and you can be like, oh hey, I'm gonna accept that. I really like this short story. It's very good and very like spooky and unsettling, because despite being an immortal being, I do feel death very strongly still, even after all of these centuries. I'm 1,000 years old for anyone who doesn't know, but I do bond with entities that are capable of passing from this mortal coil. And I do bond very strongly with humans and other such entities. And it never gets easier. After 400 years of being on this planet in particular, I've seen so much death and loss of human life, and it never gets easier. That's why I have to usually stay out of current events and just vaguely know what's going on in the world. But I do have other immortal entities to keep me company. There's actually another angel here with me on Earth. He's kind of like my male counterpart. His name is Helenos. You guys will meet him eventually. He's very, very sweet, very flirty. And then, of course, I have Khione. She's always with me as well. But my vessels, I need vessels to exist here fully. And they do die. The one I have right now, she's gonna die eventually. And it breaks my heart every time. So this story also resonated with me, despite the fact I'm immortal, because the doctor did something that ripped out a human soul and put it into a mosquito. And since the mosquito itself was dead, she died. And 200 years passed somehow? That part I'm not clear on. I wasn't sure why the huge passage of time. Yeah, me either. I don't know. But whatever the reason for the passage of time, it still stands that everyone she knew and loved was gone, because humans don't live that long, you know. So maybe there was like a time distortion. But going back to the original entry, and Lost Victorian has guessed correctly, there is a theory, because it's never confirmed, because that's how SCP is, it leaves it open-ended for everyone. A lot of these do. 049 is trying to cure life itself, and he doesn't realize that's what he's doing, and he thinks it's a pestilence. But that still makes it a bit strange at times, because is it different kinds of states of life? Is it when you hit a certain age that he starts to sense the pestilence? Because for the longest time he was okay with Dr. Ham, which was his first interviewer. That I gave the first interviewer just a regular, like my regular voice, you know. Oh, let me get a drink of water here. But so their interviews were fine for the longest time. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the doctor attacks Dr. Ham and kills him. So it's not really clear why. And even 049 seems a bit conflicted. In the interviews, he's pretty upset, and he's kind of in denial. So, yeah, there's really a lot going on here with him, and there are even more stories, but I think I'll pause on that one for his entry. We're gonna read more different ones, I mean. Yeah. 049 is a lovely gentleman. But we must move on to a Keter class SCP. This one is a great deal more dangerous than 049. This one is kind of the exact opposite, whereas 049 is trying to help and cure in his own way, you know, even though he ends up killing or zombifying people, which, yes, the -2 instances are basically zombies, which you can see very well in the SCP containment breach, because you do, well, I won't spoil it, but you guys will see when I play containment breach. Here's what we learned in next class. Well, we have our next subject now. It is SCP-610, which is also known as the flesh that hates. And I'm laughing because that's a nickname I give myself when I'm in a bad mood. But anyway, so SCP-610 is Keter class, and I'm gonna get a picture of 610 here on screen, or individuals infected with 610. This is 610. It's pretty gnarly, it's a pretty gnarly little thing. So, you guys ready? Let me know. Let me move. I'm moving my microphone around. Very relatable. Yes. Oh dear. Yes, Frankie, yes. So, the special containment procedures for 610 are as follows. Due to the vast area of infection that SCP-610 covers, containment is impossible. Isolation of the area has proved far more effective, and permission has been granted by the Russian government to establish a perimeter to keep people out of these areas under the guise of military operations. Should any organism displaying traits consistent with 610 be sighted near this perimeter, then the established protocol requires it to be engaged at range with small arms until immobile, then dispatched using incendiary weapons and munitions from as great a distance as possible. Any living thing coming in physical contact with an organism infected with SCP-610 is considered expendable and is to be immediately terminated and incinerated. Any persons coming within 3 meters of 610 infected life are to immediately withdraw from the area, be isolated from the rest of their team, and subjected to medical examination using only remote techniques to determine if infection has occurred and appropriate steps taken based on that determination. At present, the known infection vectors for 610's spread seem to be focused on physical contact. Drone movements within heavily infected areas have returned air samples containing minute particulate, which when exposed to organic compounds result in the spread of 610. The results of these particular tests have revealed that most require several days to manifest, if at all, with the exception of direct contact with exposed lung and liver tissue. These particular tests show a rapid rate of growth which requires consideration of the testing environment no more than 24 hours after initial exposure, with even a 2-hour mishap risking a compromised facility event. Given that this kind of rapid growth only occurs in organic material existing outside the human body, this form of infection is currently considered a minor concern. These peculiarities have given rise to a series of questions regarding the possible origin of the infection in conjunction with the failed data expunged. Containment protocol remains at a scorched earth policy at this time, and no concern for transmission via water or air at infection perimeters exists barring situational changes in the field. Description: initial reports of SCP-610 came direct from the Russian government through undisclosed channels. These reports consist primarily of disappearances of farmers in the region and were not considered until the local police, followed by the regional police, and finally a government-dispatched agent all failed to report in within a 72-hour period. A small military contingent was dispatched to the area and quickly withdrew, at which point the Foundation was contacted to investigate. The area SCP-610 affects is close to Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. Oh, do you guys know about Lake Baikal? It's like the oldest frozen lake in the world or something. And it's very deep and very unexplored, so there's a lot of spooky creepypastas about it and stories. So this is perfect. I forgot 610 deals with Lake Baikal. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Areas of known infection are marked on a map provided to us here. And I'm going to get you guys this map. Here you go. Boop. Containment perimeters are marked in blue surrounding these infected areas, and as of present, no further locations have been identified. Incursions into the perimeter must be reported prior to conducting, confirmed during exploration, and debriefed on immediately following return. Blue areas. Oh, I see it. Let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger. Here it is. Yeah, those like dotted lines down at the... Here's the map. SCP-610 appears to be a contagious skin disease at first, with symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form in the chest and arm areas, spreading to the legs and back within an additional hour, consuming the victim completely within 5 hours. Exposure to higher temperatures vastly decreases the time for the contagion to spread, and complete infections have been recorded occurring in as little as 5 minutes. After the completion of the infection occurs, the victim's life functions will cease for approximately 3 minutes, after which time they will restart at 2 to 3 times the activity rate of a normal human. Following this, the scar tissue on the victims will start to move of its own accord and grow at a rapid rate. Normal human features start to disappear at this point under the infection, and the path of mutation appears to be largely random. Subjects observed in this state of infection have been recorded as growing 3 or more limbs of a type, such as arms or legs. The head may become misshapen and elongate or widen out, and parts of the subject may split open from which additional branches of flesh will grow. The duration of this stage of infection is unknown, and not all subjects appear to progress to the later stages. Under unknown conditions, an infected individual will cease moving and place itself in a location it deems suitable where it roots itself. The fleshy growth on the victim will then begin to spread itself across all surrounding objects and consume them. Such objects do not spread the infection as living creatures do, however, and the effect of prolonged contact with these objects is recorded later in the document. It is assumed that this behavior is to create an area hospitable to continued growth of the other infected. Observation of life infected by 610 by staff is impossible. Those infected with the disease immediately seek out aid as natural human impulse, resulting in unintended infections. Those infected past the scar tissue phase actively and aggressively attempt to infect anyone approaching them within an undefined area. It has been established that should an infected be incapable of sight and observe an uninfected, it will proceed toward them. If the infected has lost the ability of sight, a range of approximately 30 meters is considered safe. Observation of SCP-610 infected settlements have been observed using artificial methods such as remote robots. The data returned from these observations, coupled with the openly aggressive nature of the infected to attempt to spread 610, has resulted in the Keter classification. However, so long as nothing is allowed to enter or leave the areas, it is considered a neutralized threat. Of concern are the cavernous areas beneath the infected settlements that were discovered during the exploration, and attempts to get research personnel into these areas are underway. Of concern are the cavernous areas beneath the infected settlements that were discovered during the exploration, and attempts to get personnel into these areas are underway. Then there are 5 field logs. The following field report is Class A or higher personnel only. Unauthorized viewing of this file strictly prohibited. We consider violation of contracts a breach of international law. Okay, let me see how long these are. Okay, these are short, so I can read these to you guys. L2, L3. So these are the field logs. Let me catch up with you. Oh my god. That's how they try to stop me, too. You have to tell me what I was saying at the time, Ricky. I always find stuff like this quite disturbing, but also fascinating. Yeah, me too. I think it's really neat. Are the infected individuals aware of what's going on with them? Yes, it sounds like it, because they try to seek out help. So, unfortunately, yes, it sounds like, which makes it even more messed up, for sure. Oh! I didn't let you guys listen to... I'm sorry. I promised 049's voice. Hold on. I wanted to play 049's voice for you guys before we moved on. So... Oh my goodness, I'm looking at the videos. The Volgan did a 049 role-playing. I'll have to look at that later. Euclid Sentient. So, 049 is voiced by a lovely gentleman known as the Volgan. He's a well-known creator in the SCP sphere. I've never fully gotten into his content, but I would like to get into it now to give him more of a fair chance, because I got into SCP years and years and years ago, and at the time I was more into creators like the Exploring series, but let me link you guys some channels afterwards. But so this is from a video called, and I'll give you guys the link in case you wanted to see him. But if you watch it at the same time as me, the sound will be doubled up, so. I haven't figured out how to separate like my sound channels yet. Maybe someday soon, hopefully. So the video is called SCP-049 Interview. And this is just a reading of when they first capture him and contain him. So you guys are gonna get to hear that with actual voice actors, and not just me. So, yeah, I'm gonna pause our campfire sounds for a quick moment. You guys can hear him. So this is an interview with 049.
Comment devrions-nous commencer une introduction?
Is that French? Can we get a translator?
The King's English. No need for translation, sir. I can speak it well enough.
Good. My name is Dr. Raymond Ham, and I...
Ah, a doctor. A like-minded individual, no doubt. Wherein is your speciality, sir?
Cryptobiology. Why?
A medical man, such as myself. Wonders abound. And here, I worried I had been abducted by common street thugs. This place, then, this is your laboratory. I had wondered, as clean as it is, and with such little trace of the pestilence here.
The pestilence? What do you mean?
The scourge. The great dying. Come now, you know what is it they call it? No matter. The pestilence, yes. It abounds outside these walls, you know. So many have succumbed, and many more will continue to, until such time as a perfect cure can be developed. Fortunately, I am very close. It is my duty in life to rid the world of it, you see. The cure to end all cures.
When you say the great dying, are you talking about the bubonic plague?
I don't know what that is.
I see. Right, well, the entities our agents encountered at the house, they were dead when you encountered them, yes? You reanimated them.
In a manner of speaking, you see things too simply, Doctor. Expand your horizons. Life and death, sickness and health. These are amateur terms for amateur physicians. There is only one ailment that exists in the world of men, and that is the pestilence, and nothing else. Make no mistake, they were very ill. All of them.
You think you cured those people?
Indeed. My cure is most effective.
But the things we recovered were not human.
Yes, well, it is not a perfect cure, but that will come with time, and further experimentation. I have spent a lifetime developing my methods, Dr. Ham, and will spend a lifetime more, if necessary. Now, we have wasted too much time. There is work to do. I will require a laboratory of my own, one where I can continue my research unimpeded. And assistance, of course, though I can provide those on my own. In time.
Oh, I don't think our organization would be willing to...
Nonsense. We are all men of science. Fetch your coat and show me to my quarters, Doctor. Our work begins now.
There you go, guys. That's what he sounds like. He's a very cool voice, okay. There you go, you get campfire sounds back. Let's see here, so returning to SCP 610. 610. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Hundo, and heart emojis. Thank you. I couldn't see what the smiley face was. Sounds like he's from outer space. It's probably because of his mask face that is also actually his face, which is so cool. Oh, come on. Come on, let me reorganize my thingies here. There we go. Close this. Okay, so we now have the field logs for 610, you know, the Keter, the flesh that hates. So, log number 1, there it is. So we have, and by the way, that video was, once again, I got the link for you guys, but the video was by the voice actor for 049 is the Vulcan, which I'll link his channel for you guys. You can go check him out. He's very well known and well loved. He just hit 1 million subscribers recently, which is pretty awesome. As a content creator, that's quite a milestone. No, I want your piece. There he is. There's his channel. I'm definitely gonna have to sit and go through as much of his videos as I can get through.
Everyone?
What? 049, why are you talking to me? What's going on? What happened? That was strange. You just started playing a different video and paused just one. Anyway, let's go back to 610. Oh yeah, and that video was on a site called, or not a site, it's by a creator called SCP Foundation, which seems to be defunct by now. But if you guys want to, you can still check them out. They were the one that uploaded the video. So, with the interview of our lovely plague doctor. So, now for realsies, I'm going to get some water first. Going back to 610 here, we have log 1. So they sent some drones in, and these are all the logs of the drone explorations, I believe. Sorry, guys. Okay. You guys are ready? Ready? So, this is SCP-610, Field Log 1. After establishing the containment perimeter for 610, the Russian government approved our request to research and investigate the area. For the first such exploration, a small camera-mounted unit known as Herbie was dispatched at a safe distance and directed towards Site A. Herbie has a battery life of 12 hours and a control range far wider than that required for this dispatch. Herbie is able to enter Site A without incident. The landscape around Site A shows early stages of assimilation by singular 610 infected who have fallen at largely random intervals around what remains of the village. Many of the homes appear to have suffered fire damage long since put out. However, a fair amount remain intact. Aerial reconnaissance of Site A combined with thermal imaging has put it at an estimated population of 79 infected. Immobile infected are included in this number. However, it is difficult to ascertain an exact percentage of mobile versus immobile. Varying degrees of physical mutation due to 610 are present inside A, and it is assumed that all the inhabitants are in advanced stages of infection. Herbie observed the exterior of the village for 2 hours, during which time all infected behaved with what appeared to be a loose sense of social structure. Because Herbie remained stationary during this observation period, it is unknown precisely what each individual infected person was doing. However, the Central Plaza experienced occasional bursts of activity and downtime. Requiring more information, Herbie was directed to follow an infected as it entered a home. There's a bumpy camera feed as Herbie scoots over the gravel behind the quickly shambling infected person. The interior of this home is the same as that attached to the primary file for 610. The infected being tailed is the one sitting at the table. After entering the home, Herbie's camera was raised slowly as to not draw attention. This action was either unnoticed or ignored. The infected person is watched. I'm sorry, guys. The affected person is watched from the doorway as it hobbles around the home and stops at each of the other visible infected organisms. However, it appears to ignore the one under the table, which, while not immobile, does not leave that area. What this creature was before infection is unclear. After lapping the table and repeating this procedure 3 times, the primary infected person, known as Alpha, henceforth stops at the bedridden infected known as Beta and proceeds to insult it with furious punches. Beta is unable to leave the bed for unknown reasons, but is not completely immobile as it flails its arms in response to the beatings delivered by Alpha. After several sustained minutes of this beating, a piercing sound explodes from the area around Beta, who then proceeds to project a cloud of unknown matter into the air from its chest cavity. Alpha lingers in the cloud as it floats in the air around them, slowly descending to the ground. More water, yum yum yum. The unknown life form on the table, besides Beta, begins to twitch in an apparent seizure. And Alpha then laps the room twice more, stopping again at each infected organism, but still ignoring the one under the table, as well as Beta now. After these 2 laps, Alpha seats itself at the table and reaches out to position 3 plates atop it, as if setting a dinner set. After the plates are positioned, the facial tendrils extending from Alpha wiggle up and start to coil on one of the plates before tearing apart and separating. This is repeated at each plate. The image attached to 610's primary file is a still image of this occurrence. But this one right here. Yeah, I'll hide the map now. Whee. Look at that. And that. After each plate is filled with Alpha's flesh, it leaves the table and approaches Herbie, which is moved from Alpha's path. Alpha leaves the home, but Herbie's camera remains focused on the table. After several minutes, a group comprised of 6 to 7 infected enter the room from outside, still ignoring Herbie. Each infection shambles up as if movement is difficult, jerking in large steps or squirming in small ones. These infected all surround the table, and each takes turns grabbing handfuls of the flesh substance. I'm so sorry for all the yawning today, guys. Oh, sleepy day. And each takes turns grabbing handfuls of the flesh substance left behind by Alpha, pressing it into whatever orifices on themselves that they can. Some into mouths, some into chest, some on their backs, some under the arms. When all the plates are empty, the group leaves. Herbie remains here for several more minutes before retracting his camera and leaving. Immediately after leaving the home, Herbie collides with an object. Panning the camera around the obstruction appears to be Alpha, whose facial tendrils are intermingling with another infected having similar mutations. The impact is ignored and the 2 infected part ways after several minutes. Herbie is then directed to explore more areas of the village. The remains of what appears to have been a store show signs of severe fire damage, as well as activity inside the building, which Herbie moves to investigate. That's my yawning voice. The door is slightly ajar, and with firm movements of Herbie, it is pushed open. No notice is taken of this action, or it is ignored. Inside the store are several infected persons, most of whom are standing around. However, one is on the ground rolling back and forth over the space of approximately 0.3 meters, or 1 foot, and is ignored by the others. Herbie rolls under the divider separating the cashier area from the customer area and pans around behind the counter. The upper half of a person is protruding from a cellar door behind the counter. This person does not appear to be suffering from advanced infection and wears the garb of a Russian soldier. Herbie zooms the camera in to confirm identification and has noticed the eyes of this person are in constant movement, often focusing on Herbie. The rest of the soldier does not move. Herbie is directed to leave this area and proceed to the back room. In this storage area, a large pile of bodies are stacked together. Some pieces of clothing are visible and appear to contain both military garb and everyday clothing. Moo has joined us for Spooky Stories time. This is my familiar Moo for anyone who may not know. Welcome her to the stream. You can call her Moo, you can call her Moo, either one's fine. Atop the bodies, an infected sits, appearing to have its lower parts fused to the pile, and with its upper half in a wild state of flailing and seizure. Approximately every 10 seconds, a burst of spores flies out the top of this infected, which linger in the air. Herbie is directed to leave the building. After leaving this building, Herbie passes by the village well, surrounding which are a series of immobile affected, all facing the well. The arms of each of these persons are stretched out, one in contact with the next, forming a perfect chain, save for one whose arms are down at its sides. Herbie passes by the last infected to approach what appears to have been a town hall or mayor's building, when the infected become mobile and snatch the rover up. Video feed from Herbie focuses on the face of the infected, which is strangely in perfect shape given the condition of the rest of its body, which is horribly bloated. This infected was once a young girl from appearance, age estimated 10 to 12. Herbie is rolled side to side in its grip as its face stares motionless at the rover. The infected size suddenly balloons and explodes outward into a series of fleshy flaps that grip Herbie and draw it inside. Herbie's video feed terminates here. The rover was considered lost at this point. However, no one at control remembered to turn off the video feed, assuming it cut. 5 hours later, video feed resumed, stationary and at a raised level pointing at the upper rim of the village well. The video feed contains some blur due to what appears to be a slimy film which often oozes across the lens, but when not obscure, provides perfect quality recording. Herbie does not respond to any remote commands, but its video jerks back and forth from target to target, zooming in and out of its own record. Video feed is cut manually and all connections to Herbie's unit are ordered erased. Then there is the next log. Field log 2. An infected Class D personnel is sent to Site C with video equipment. So this is a human entity. Ready to find out more about Spooky 610? Looks like nightmare material. OMG. Yes, it is nightmare material. So this is Field log 2. During construction of the perimeter surrounding 6-2's Catawba area, several D-class personnel were infected due to assaults from infected villagers. Animals roaming the area in addition to a number of infections as a result of escape attempts and careless behavior. Most of these infected personnel were immediately destroyed with flamethrowers. However, a small collection were contained in cold storage unit, which prolonged the inevitable progression of 610's mutative properties. The decision was made to utilize some of these infected personnel as video relays and dispatch them into nearby sites. Ow. Let me stretch. Everyone, you guys should stretch too, if you can. Due to the concern... Now, let me know how my sound is from up here. I'm going to read this from up above. Due to the concern of the loss of equipment as evidenced in 610-L1, all 3 subjects that were used in this manner were sent in with a single video system to Site C. Additional equipment issued for this dispatch include a 1-gallon container of gasoline, 3 emergency flares, 3 9mm pistols with 3 magazines of ammo each, and 3 single-serving food rations. The infected personnel were instructed to observe and avoid interaction with the infected villagers as long as possible, but should a situation arise where they are met with aggression or feel they are losing themselves to 610's influence, they're free to kill as many infected as they so choose, and to do as much damage to infected objects and property as possible while maintaining the video feed. The intent of this order was to provide data of 610 infected communities, and in raid situations, a plan of eradication could be better established. At the time of this expedition, Site C was suspected to be a possible origin point for 610, having far fewer mobile infected. What is going on? Okay. I think it was just my cord. I was feeling weird movement on my chest. I thought there was an ant or something in my shirt. But no, it was nothing. Might have just been my hair. At the time of this expedition, Site C was suspected to be a possible origin point for 610. Having far fewer mobile infected than other sites, as well as structures which appear to have been layered over several times with the terraforming effect of the immobile infected. Dispatch Class D personnel, henceforth known as DI 1, 2, and 3, were directed to pay particular attention to anything that could be considered an origin point for 610. The trek from our perimeter camp to Site C was uneventful. There's no evidence of any native animal life in the area. As Site C is approached, there is a noticeable rise in the temperature within the last 30 meters of the trip that necessitates removal of the heavy cold-based coverings that were provided. Right, we're in Siberia, remember. The temperature rises again sharply at the entrance to Site C proper, which requires a further shedding of garments for fear of heat stroke. Site C is described as being heavily humid and around 32 degrees Celsius, which is 89 degrees Fahrenheit. Perhaps, Frankie, perhaps my shirt is conspiring with the wires. And my hair. One of the first immediately noticed traits about Site C is an array of immobile pylons, which encircle what is believed to be the entirety of the site. Separated by an apparent distance of 5 to 6 meters, each pylon appears to be 2 to 4 infected persons fused together in one spot. On some of these pylons, features such as faces or anuses are still available, in addition to several other holes which do not naturally occur, all appearing to act as heat vents. Where the heat is generated is unknown. Current belief is that this is an advanced stage of SCP-610 terraforming its environment to facilitate spread of itself. D-Class DI-2, henceforth going to be known as 2, who is further along in progression of 610 of the number of 3 by a number of hours, begins the seizure only after a few minutes in Site C during examination of the pylons. The progression to the scar tissue phase of the 610 infection is observed in full course as number 2 spasms on the ground, his entire body being overtaken by the sickly tan flesh almost entirely after 45 seconds. D-Class 2 is terminated by a gunshot from D1, and his equipment left where it is. The spread of 610 after D2... The spread of 610 over D2 continues even after death of the body until all movement ceases. As perimeter controls relay new instructions to D1 and 3 regarding the situation, there is a shift in the ground covering in Site C where D2's body is. Video feed shows the flesh-like growth splitting open beneath his body and a series of ropey tendrils coming from within the gap to pull his corpse inside. This opening closes up quickly. Total time elapsed 3 seconds. As D1 and 3 decide to act quickly in these hotter temperatures, fearing the same fate, they proceed to the village center and encounter another previously unknown phenomena. In the precise center of town, rising above what was the community well, the well again, is a spear suspended by angled supports comprised of 610 flesh. This ball is riddled with the features of humans in early stages of the 610 infection, while the good number assumed to be in later stages. A number of specimens of non-human life, such as deer and bear, are also visible within the mass. The entire sphere of flesh pulses at roughly a 5-second interval, in which each pulse emits a ring of spore-like material from its equator. This material flows to the ground and appears to be absorbed into the converted environment. D3 begins to douse the sphere with the provided gasoline, and when questioned by a panicking D1, explains this looks like a good thing to burn as any. At this point, perimeter control has ceased giving commands due to the rapid deterioration of events. There is no reaction from anything within Site C to any of this activity until the precise moment at which a lit emergency flare is applied to the spherical mass, which immediately goes up in flames. The remote feed plays back a noise from an unknown location that seems to come from far outside Site C, but was reported as being even heard at perimeter control by both Sites C and A. This noise is described as both explosive, as if multiple high-yield charges were detonated on a mountainside, and alive, like a large-scale creature roaring. Within 15 seconds following the sound's dissipation, Site A reported that a series of explosions had occurred within the village. 5 seconds after this report, the spherical mass in the middle of Site C explodes. D1 and D3 are thrown by the blast. D3 is confirmed to cease by D1 after regaining his footing, having suffered injury from stone shrapnel from the well. D1 is able to report he has bruises and ringing ears, but aside from a rapidly spreading 16 infection, he suffered no blast damage. During this recording of footage, D1 had his video equipment removed and was looking into it. Due to the angle of recording, it's unknown precisely what occurred in Site C, but something draws D1's... What? It's worded kind of strangely here. It is unknown precisely what occurred in Site C, but something draws D1's attention. Oh, I skipped a whole line. That's why. That makes sense. Something draws the D1's attention back to the center of town, where he stares for several moments and is pulled in the opposite direction, the video equipment falling to the ground and recording in skyward direction. The last moments of footage from D1's video unit display a humanoid figure moving through the air, followed by the sound of an impact in the same direction. Within 3 seconds of this event, an unknown creature steps upon the recording video equipment and destroys it. Perimeter control remained on high alert for a full 24 hours at all locations without any incident following this event. So one was they sent a little robot in. That ended in disaster. They had sent some infected D-class in. That ended in disaster. There are 3 more logs. Let's see here. I'm gonna move this over here. Put this over here. It's moving my stuff around here to give it more organized. Okay. So I'm gonna let you guys decide. Would you like to hear more logs from about 610, or would you like to move on to the next SCP I have prepared for you all? So type 610 in chat if you want to stay with the logs and finish those off. I like the relax and crackly if I were looking at 610. Yeah, it's like we're having a nice little sit down with 610. So we don't have to worry about nothing. We're just chilling with 610. So type 610 in chat if you want me to continue. And type 001 if you want me to move on to the next one. And if you don't have a preference, I guess you can just remain silent. Because there are 3 more logs for 610. And then we will move on to 01. But if you guys want to move on to an 001 proposal, we can. Just freak it at 610 is one of those you can't really talk to your reason with. Yeah. It's very neat looking though. Lost Victorian says 610. Okay, I'll give you guys some time to respawn. I'm gonna stand up and stretch some more. Guys, stretch my. Yes. Oh, those are hundos. Thank you for the hundos, baby. It looks like you guys are agreed with Lost Victorian. So we'll continue with the 610 logs then. Let me scoot in here. Okay. So, let me put this right here. Okay. So next we have SCP-610 field log number 3. Oh. Initial discovery of the tunnel entrances at Site A. So there are multiple sites where they're studying 610 in Siberia, which is that in Russia or next to... Siberia is a separate country, I think. Or is it a region of Russia? Siberia is a vast Russian province. It's a province of Russia, okay. Encompassing most of northern Asia, with terrain spanning tundra, coniferous forests, and mountain ranges including the Ural, Altai, and Verkhoyansk. Forgive me if I butcher that. Lake Baikal, in its south, is the world's deepest lake, circled by a network of hiking paths called the Great Baikal Trail. Trans-Siberian Railway passes Baikal and is routed between Moscow and the Sea of Japan. And remember, Lake Baikal has a big part in all of this because I think that's where, yeah, the area that 610 affects is close to Lake Baikal in South Siberia. In southern Siberia, so there you go. And yes, Lake Baikal, there's a lot of like spooky stories about it and creepypastas surrounding it, as I said earlier. It's an ancient massive lake in the mountainous Russian region of Siberia, north of the Mongolian border. Considered the deepest lake in the world, it's surrounded by hiking trails. It's a popular starting point for summertime wildlife spotting tours, plus wintertime ice skating and dog sledding. Yeah, because it freezes over. And let me show you guys a picture of what it looks like when it's frozen. It's absolutely beautiful when it's frozen. And you can walk on it too. The ice is so thick that you can walk on it safely. I will pull this from Wikipedia. This is Lake Baikal frozen. And you can walk right on that. And then I think there's a really good picture of it when it's warm. There it is. There it is when it's warm. No. 173. That's not 173. That is 610. There it is when it's not frozen. It is the deepest lake in the world. There's the map of where 610 is for you guys again. Now, let me make this smaller now so you guys can see my face again. Hello, it's me. So, exploration log 3 is the initial discovery of the tunnel entrances at Site A. Let me get some water here. Okay. Field log number 3. The destruction caused by the rapid collapse of Site C exploration attempt during Log 2 resulted in a series of unexpected events in Site A. As the strange spherical formation in Site C was burned and destroyed, The SCP-610 infected inhabiting Site A were recorded by aerial drones going into seizures and convulsions. The immobile SCP-610 infected rapidly shriveled and died, along with all of the flesh material spread across inanimate objects within the village. The mobile instances of infected, who were able to regain their footing, all proceeded to what appeared to have formerly been an upper-class residence and entered the building. As the infected entered this dwelling, it suffered a foundational collapse, revealing the presence of a sinkhole beneath it. The size of the hole in relation to the structure above it posed an impossibility for an entire building to collapse, suggesting something within the hole applied force directly to the structure with the intent to pull it inside and expose the hole. The revealed hole is approximately large enough to accommodate 3 grown men standing shoulder to shoulder. Light sources applied by remote drones failed to penetrate farther than 4 meters depth into the hole. Then a 4-meter depth into the hole. Objects dropped into the hole do not produce an impact sound, suggesting a bottom potentially more than 1,000 meters down. Research of the exterior of the Site A hole was only able to be carried out for 2 hours' time. Samples of the atmosphere in Site A indicated a complete death of SCP-610 related materials. All infectious life that did not evacuate into the hole died above ground and quickly became shriveled husks. Manned exploration of Site A was approved and commenced immediately. In the span of 30 minutes, a total of 3 research teams consisting of 2 to 3 research staff and 4 to 5 armed escort each were dispatched and setting up stations within the remains of the village. Samples of deceased SCP-610 infected and converted matter were sent back to Perimeter HQ for processing and transport. One team was able to recover a small sample of still-living 610 tissue substance from a building and pack it for research. Within the second hour of exploration of Site A, series of echo reverberation. Oh, I read that weirdly. Within the second hour of exploration of Site A, series of echo reverberation units were set up surrounding the hole with the intent of getting an accurate mapping of the hole and possible branch tunnels. At the end of the second hour before the echo units could be activated, seismic activity began to occur within Site A. 2 teams of the original 3 remained on site, the third en route back to Perimeter HQ with the samples. The third team was instructed to proceed back to HQ when seismic activity began, and was told that Site A should not be returned to for assistance. Seismic activity at Site A capped at a 2.3 Richter level before petering off. Immediately following the seismic event, a torrent of 610 spores erupted from the hole and layered the area around it for a span of 50 meters. As all staff on site were in Level A hazardous material suits, this spore burst was startling, but did not lead to any infections. As the eruption was being reported, both teams at Site A came under attack from aerial lifeforms infected with 610. These organisms were captured by the remote drone video equipment and showed extremely advanced stages of infection. It is impossible to tell what they mutated from to this present state. Many of the avian creatures attacked by splitting their heads in half and clamping them against research members, pulling them into the air and dropping them into the hole when possible. These avian infected proved vulnerable to small arms fire. In dispatching them, a total of 2 research staff were lost to the hole and 1 injured due to crossfire. The injured staff was put down immediately upon showing signs of infection due to his suit breach. Before video and radio contact was lost with the remaining teams inside Site A second seismic event began to occur, starting out in the 1 to 1.5 range in scale. Attention was directed at the hole to prepare for a second assault. A second spore burst erupted from the hole during the rising seismic activity. At this point, where scales registered a 3 to 3.5 in force, a new unseen SCP-610 entity began to emerge from the hole. The only footage captured of this creature depicts an engorged human head approximately 20 times larger than normal, pressing itself out of the hole with no discernible body. Video and radio contact were lost as seismic forces increased to a 7 on the scale for 2 seconds duration that abruptly ceased. Further aerial surveillance of the Site A hole and area depicts 0 activity and no traces of the research team or their ever having been there. All personnel and equipment are considered lost. So for you guys, the Richter scale. The highest on a Richter scale is 10, I believe, and that was a 7 when that head came out, so it's pretty up there, I believe. So, for a little bit of understanding, a 0 to 1 is you can't feel them. A 2 is the smallest quake people can normally feel. A 3 is people near the epicenter feel it. 4, this will cause damage around the epicenter. It's the same as a small fission bomb. 5, damage done to weak buildings in the area of the epicenter. 6, can cause great damage around the epicenter. 7, which is what this big engorged human head abomination caused, creates enough energy to heat New York City for 1 year, can be detected all over the world, causes serious damage. And then, oh, it only goes up to 9. I thought it went up to 10. 8, causes death and major destruction, destroyed San Francisco in 1906. And a number 9 has never happened. It is rare but would cause unbelievable damage. Oh, there is a 10. It happens every 1,000 years, and it is extreme. And we've never even had a 9. We've only ever had an 8 on Earth, it would seem. There's a scale that goes up to 12. Oh, this is a different scale, but the Richter scale is the main one used for the magnitude of earthquakes. So, that was field log number 3. Field log number 4 is about an unmanned exploration of the Site A tunnels. So this will be by a little robobo, presumably. Yeah, drone, a little drone. But let me catch up with you guys first. You should try swimming to the bottom. You can be our bagman on the scene, Frankie. You can go, and I could go too. But I think most of the entourage wouldn't be safe around 610. Because you guys are presumably humans. I sure hope we don't get to see 9 or 10. I do as well. Planet Earth has suffered enough over its long, long existence. Sorry, guys. Oh, man. Hold on a second. I had to blow my nose, so I muted. Okay, so this is log number 4 out of 5. Events regarding the discovery, research, and handling of 610 rapidly degraded to a point where fail-safe options were being considered. For over 1 hour, nothing further had happened at Site A following the loss of the research teams during the seismic events in 610-L3, and subsequent contact with previously unseen 610 lifeforms. With the absence of activity at Site A, a remote drone dispatch was authorized in 2 parts. Thank you, OBS. Hey everyone, OBS just disconnected for a bit, so I'm going to just reread what I read, because I think it cut everything that I just read, because it tells me it cut before it cut. Yeah, OBS just dropped out. I can fit them in my bag for protection. Well, then we'll be safe. We can go on a 610 expedition all together as an entourage. Okay, I'm just gonna reread what I read, because I'm not sure how much OBS cut out there, so let's see. So events regarding, this is log number 4. Events regarding the discovery, research, and handling of 610 rapidly degraded to a point where fail-safe options were being considered. For over 1 hour, nothing further had happened at Site A, following the loss of the research teams during the seismic events in log number 3, and subsequent contact with previously unseen 610 lifeforms. With the absence of activity at Site A, a remote drone dispatch was authorized in 2 parts. The first part would drop a remote relay device at the entrance to the Site A sinkhole, and the second part would dispatch a drone into the hole directly to relay its data to the remote relay for transmission back to HQ. Drones on site were powered by solar energy with a battery maintaining a 4-hour charge. Attached is the video log recovered from the Site A sinkhole drone before its loss. We're gonna lose another drone. No! Video feed activates. Researcher's face is seen looking into camera, applying a polishing cloth to the lens.
This is Exploration Drone RSCP-610-1 coming online. Systems check out. Video confirmed. Feed is good to relay station. We are testing rotors now and deploying if successful.
The sound of a helicopter blade starts up as the video feed begins to lift in the air. Camera tilts left and right to test pan features and directs itself toward the Site A sinkhole.
Video feed is go. Engines are go. Links are green. Alright, sending drone down now.
Audio from the outside world fades away as the camera angles itself down and peers into the darkness within the sinkhole. After approximately 2 minutes of descent, lights on the drone activate and illuminate a roughly dug shaft. Initially, it is unclear what could have created the hole, but at a glance it would appear the shaft was created by a single event rather than dug over time. At about a 15-meter descent, there are traces of SCP-610 material attached to the dirt and stuck to the rocks. The material is dormant but retains its texture and appearance, unlike samples from above ground level, which shrivel and dry rapidly. There is a possible connection with this material and the events last recorded during the 610-L3 log. Descent continues. At about 100 meters in depth, the branch tunnels become visible in the walls of the sinkhole. Panning of the camera reveals several tunnels branching out at approximately random intervals, but which are not restricted to any one side of the hole. These tunnels are considered too small for any useful exploration to occur. Descent continues. Increase in density of the 610 materials on wall is noted as depth increases. At about a 250-meter depth, the bottom of the sinkhole becomes visible, and the tunnel slopes sharply, suggesting a natural formation, which was already suspected. Drone video shifts to illuminate the tunnel, and drone proceeds forward through the area. SCP-610 codes the entirety of the tunnel now, and care is taken to keep the drone from coming in contact with any surface. Movement is detected about 5 meters ahead. Lights on the drone are dimmed, and weapons come online. The drone is equipped with a 5.5mm machine gun containing 50 rounds of ammo. This is meant to be used to deter wildlife from the drone and defend against aggression when possible, rather than to dispatch a target, although it is fully capable of handling human aggressors in small groups. Camera focus turns to the moving mass of flesh ahead at about 3 meters. After focus clears, the movement appears to be coming from what appears to be a deer, uninfected, wriggling in the grips of tendrils composed of 610 material. The deer is being suspended above the ground with unclear intent. The drone is moved past the trapped deer while holding it in view of the camera until safely away. Nothing occurs with the deer, and the drone proceeds past undisturbed. The previously fairly level ground of the drone displays large humps in apparently random placement. About 5 meters ahead of the drone, about 30 meters past the encountered deer. Upon approach, these lumps turn out to be similar to the infected villagers who escaped from Site A into the sinkhole after the destruction of Site C. A sound of rushing water is now detected and the drone is pushed forward. About 100 meters further into the tunnel, the sound of running water is now deafening. Drone lights reveal a running stream of water potentially from one of the adjacent rivers in the area. A sample vial is placed in the water, allowed to collect, and then released with an active tracking beacon. Later recovery of the sample indicates no SCP-610 containment of the groundwater. The tunnel splits in two at this point. One tunnel leads around the river and then seems to slope downward, while the other is directly above a light source in the ceiling. The second is selected to facilitate recovery of the drone. During adjustment of the drone's flight path, it comes in contact with a portion of the tunnel wall coated in 610, causing a deep gash from the propeller of the drone, which is already healing over when the camera focuses on the impact point. The drone proceeds upward. About 300 meters of upward travel, taking approximately 45 minutes, results in the drone emerging into a windy section of mountain where it is directed to stay low.
Thank you for the hearts and the hundos, guys. Camera panning of the area reveals what may have been a village long since abandoned. The precise location is unclear, but it is assumed to be the vicinity of Site B, judging from estimates and travel by the drone. The buildings here are coated in deceased layers of SCP-610, and unlike other buildings in Site A and C, which were coated in 610, these buildings appear to be constructed directly from the tissue substance. So it's not just a coating, they're actually made out of it. After a cursory scan of Site B, it is determined there's no life here, either natural or 610 related. So the drone is directed back into the tunnel as the winds around the air make aerial recovery impossible. Around the area. Upon descent into the tunnel, a deep roaring sound fills the audio and video feeds. It fills the audio and video feed becomes choppy as something blocks the signal. During the periods in which connection to the drone is clearest, its camera and weapon are angled downward, and propellers slow in speed to allow a faster drop. Video feed becomes entirely clear for the final 2 minutes before feed is lost. Rushing up towards the drone from the area below is what appears to be a large human face stretched to 20 times its proportion with no features, save those created by the 610 material. There are eye sockets but no eyes, a mouth but no teeth. The drone fires upon the rushing mass of the 610 material, but the bullets do not deter it. Impact points remain invisible for several seconds before closing over themselves. There's no room in the tunnel for the drone to take evasive action, and it is swallowed by the mass. The drone is considered lost until 3 hours later, when the feed inexplicably returns. The video feed from the drone appears to show a series of structures illuminated by one of the 2 lights on the drone. The camera pans around without instructions from the remote relays or HQ, capturing a vast number of shambling entities within the area. SCP-610 material moves over the lens of the drone, and video feed is permanently severed. Man exploration was approved. Results are in document number 5. Oh, this is the final document. Exploration log number 5. Approval from Central HQ was granted for a manned assault excursion into the tunnels beneath Site A to try to ascertain the extent of the 610 infection. The destruction of Site A and Site C have established 610 can be contained and destroyed, making the source of the infection top priority. The initial descent into the tunnels consists of 5 teams, 2 research and 3 assault, along with enough equipment to establish an underground base of operations. Descent into the tunnels was established using pulley systems and a lift to move equipment. Assault teams were the first to descend, armed with flame units to clean 610 out of the area. All teams were able to descend without incident, and flame units took point, providing an undisturbed journey toward the water source, where the SCP-610 drone was lost. Base camp for underground 610 operations resides at the bottom of a 3-way junction, 4 if the water flow is included. The first pathway is that which leads from the Site A to Cavern HQ. The second is the pathway to the ruined village residing in the mountains above where the drone was destroyed by an unknown entity. The unknown large SCP-610 entity. The third pathway heads west and seems to follow the flow of water for an unknown distance. The cavern area here is quite large and is supported by a number of rock formations that are coated with decayed SCP-610 material. The state of this material suggests great age and appears to reinforce the structural supports. Whether this is intentional or coincidental is unknown. The 2 research teams split activities between building Cavern HQ and collecting samples of 610 in various states. No contagious materials were detected within this area, and the creature recorded by unmanned drones did not appear at any point to the cavern staff. Of the 4 research teams, 3 were ordered to proceed down the unexplored pathway, while an aerial drone was prepped for a second recon of the vertical shaft. SCP-610 infection did not appear in the third pathway until approximately 3 kilometers, and serious infection did not appear until 16 kilometers in. Even after the lengths traveled by the assault teams, no SCP-610 infectious life forms were encountered, and the fleshy material coating the cavern walls posed no threat to the team. The most significant reports at the time were the increasing thickness of material, suggesting a source, and the complete lack of 610 contamination in the water. As a test, a sample of 610 was cut away from the cavern wall and placed in the flow of water. exhibited no unusual reactions, but was quickly swept away by the current. At 20 kilometers in, the leader of the assault teams requested a transport buggy be dispatched to them. One was available at the above-ground HQ. However, it would take time to move it to Cavern HQ, and then remote drive it to the teams. Rations provided to the assault teams were sufficient, so a camp was established while the buggy was moved and readied. During this time, an aerial drone was also sent to explore the vertical shaft. The results of this exploration was placed on hold with the arrival of the buggy at Cavern HQ, and ultimately concluded in document data expunged. The buggy was navigated to the assault team encampment with no events en route. However, upon arrival and preparation to continue the exploration, the assault teams came under attack by a number of large SCP-610 infected lifeforms that emerged from the area ahead of them. Video recovered from the assault team's camera showed them caught off guard as the 610 infection made no sound and was undetectable. On one film, for 1 to 2 seconds, it appears that some of the creatures are coming out of the SCP-610 materials on the wall, not emerging from them so much as being created by the material and then breaking away to act independently. During this assault, in an attempt to protect the buggy, redacted members were lost to the water currents and contact with them was lost. Contact was regained, however, and is recorded in SCP Log 6. The remainder of the assault team now consisted of 3 members, armed with a single flame unit. Use of this unit to repel the assault proved vital as standard firearms did minimal damage to the infected creatures. These infected creatures showed minimal traits to associate them with any known form of life in the region, giving rise to the belief they may have been spawned by the SCP-610 infection itself as a form of defense. No further casualties were suffered during the raid, and the remaining members managed to eliminate all attacking infected, allowing them to continue with exploration with added orders to attempt to locate lost team members. A further 20 kilometers into the tunnel, the rubber separated from the tunnel pathway, and the team was instructed to abandon the recovery order, given the inability to navigate the water safely. A total time of redacted passed before the remaining assault team reached an end in the tunnel. As the perimeter area, known as Site B, the team came under assault again from a smaller number of SCP-610 that were much larger in size. These affected appeared in the tunnel as if they were lying in wait for the approaching team. These creatures were dispatched using the flame unit, although all fuel from the unit was expended in this act. The assault team was now limited to standard weapons and short-range personal flame units. A time lapse of 5 minutes is allowed to pass before the team proceeds further into Site B, cautious of further assaults by the SCP-610 infected. The tunnel widens out into what appears to have once been a village of indeterminate age. Construction of the buildings in this area are primitive compared to the settlements at Site A and C, and are of clearly human construction. Many buildings rest at angles or slants, suggesting they were disturbed by a cave-in. Of interest is a building that appears to be a church with a working clock tower. This building is built atop the remains of 2 older buildings that have fallen completely and has a visibly stable foundation. Surrounding all structures in this area is a depression in the ground filled with a substance resembling a liquefied form of SCP-610 fleshy materials. The pool moves as if acted upon by minute and unseen forces, rippling outward from invisible contact points and rolling in waves from unfelt winds. The team avoids this pool at all times and proceeds through the ruins slowly on stable foundations where possible, making the church their target area. Within the church are pews, as would be expected. However, there are only 4, one of them shattered, when the building could accommodate as many as 20. The 3 intact pews are arranged in a 2-1 formation facing a pulpit. There is no trace of dust on any surface, the entire area appearing to be immaculately clean, given the location and believed age. Behind the pulpit is a hole in the floor, exposing an area of the SCP-610 pool beneath the building. The church in ruins appear to be uninhabited, and exploration of the church proper is uneventful until the clock tower bell tolls. This tolling triggers a shudder in the building, followed by human screams from the ceiling. Lights shown upon the ceiling reveal a large mass of SCP-610 from which descend a series of 6 wooden circles. Strapped to each circle is a living human, coated entirely from neck to toe in SCP-610, but having an exposed head which appears uninfected. These human captives scream as the bell continues to toll and the circles move to the ground. The team begins a move toward one to investigate when an unknown creature cries from outside the building, prompting them to take cover in shadows near the pulpit. Light sources are extinguished, pitching the entire area into darkness. Night vision is left off to avoid revealing the team's location. Sounds continue to emit from outside of the church, drawing closer but lower than the frantic screams of the captive humans. At least one noticed the team, as the captive humans often call out to be saved. From the entrance to the church, a candle lights on the side of the doorway, then one on the other side. A figure is seen holding a small torch and moving back and forth between a series of candles to light the doorway. The flame is then applied to a rope coated in SCP-610, which quickly ignites and spreads up to a peculiar chandelier system at the church's entrance. The light from the system illuminates most of the crosses, but does not reach the team's hiding place. Those captives who appear in the light do not show standard signs of the beige-colored 610 infection, but instead are wrapped in a red variant of it, which shows signs of constant motion, rippling across itself in waves. From outside the church, a flood of 610 infected shamble quickly into the area, ignoring the man who lit the candles and stands in the middle of the room. They proceed to the captives on the wooden circles and begin to pull at the red 610 masses, resulting in further screams and cries. From what can be gathered from the return video feed, the red 610 seems to be connected to the captives and is using them as a source of sustenance that it then uses to grow and feed the normal 610 infected. Overly zealous infected tear at the red mass too hard, which results in pulling skin and tissue from the human captive beneath. This exposed area is quickly covered over by the red mass, which then grows in size. Feeding like this continues for approximately 6 minutes, at which time the candle-bearing figure sounds a gong, and all infected entities move to the pews. There are several more creatures at seats, but none move past the frontmost pews. The figure who sounded the gong does not move, spontaneously collapsing as if made from hollow clay. From the pulpit area, activity is noticed as a pillar of SCP-610 flesh rises from the hole and extends, directing itself towards the gathered creatures. No sound is heard and no motion is recorded once the pillar stops moving. This silent period persists for 10 minutes without even the human captives making a sound, having fallen silent at an unknown point. The pillar of 610 retracts back into the hole it emerged from without any warning, prompting the departure of the infected from the building. The candles remain lit, and the team emerges after all infected appear to leave the area. The descended captives remain at ground level as well. All screaming seemed to have ceased, but still showing signs of life with heavy breathing and movement. Upon departure from the church, camera feeds from all 3 members become erratic. Camera 1 ceases transmitting completely. Camera 2 shoots straight up in the air for several meters, and Camera 3 captures the member with Camera 2 being flung by a tendril that emerges out of the ground itself, swinging them out of sight into the other side of the ruins. Camera 1's feed is restored and displays Camera 3's owner running briefly in the direction of the lost team member, only to turn and run back at the SCP-610 infected pour between buildings. Combat ensues between the 2 members and the onrushing infected using assault rifles and personal flame units, successfully driving back enough of the horde to make an escape towards the buggy. Passing by a building, Camera 1's owner is ambushed by a figure resembling the figure who was in the church lighting candles, wielding a large crop scythe. Camera 3's owner continues without pause toward the buggy location. However, the buggy is found half absorbed by the 610 mass covering the floor. While turning to find another way to escape, Camera 3's owner turns to find the same figure with the scythe approaching, weapon raised. 2 shots are fired and the camera feed ends. 5 hours later, while final decisions were underway to decide how to contain or eradicate the 610 threat, time-delayed video feed from the lost team members who fell into the underground river currents was established and has been filed into SCP-610-L6, which unfortunately is not available. And the last update to this page was the 22nd of October of 2022. but perhaps there will be a part 6 someday. Perhaps. And that is all. Exploration records of Operation Source Point will be Field Log 6, which has not yet been made available to us. That is SCP-610 plus some field logs to a little more backstory on it. How is everyone feeling? How is everyone doing so far? I think the flame units might be the best against 610. Yes, fire seems to be incredibly effective. So me, being a being of light, would also be effective. You guys be safe when I'm there. I also have Frankie to protect us as well. And thank you once again for joining me today, everyone, whether you're here in chat or whether you're watching. And as usual, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And leave me comments. I always love to see them. And to you! Hi, you're brand new! You're brand new to my channel, but I've seen you in some of my friends' channels. Hello, Auntie You. Hello, hello, baby. Welcome to the Entourage. It's so lovely to see you here. Thank you for joining us. You may already know, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm Khione Aria. You can call me Khione, you can call me Aria, or any other sweet or elegant or respectful nickname you'd like to call me, as long as I know you're talking to me. Don't forget to read the rules for my channel down in the description below. It's pretty standard stuff, but regardless, I would love for you to read them. You probably should be reading them before you join chat, but it's standard things. But be sure to read those. They're separated by what will get you warnings, bans, or timeout. The bans are pretty serious stuff, so... But still, please read those. And don't forget to like the video and subscribe if you like my content enough. And you leave me comments if you want to, but you don't have to. Pleasure to catch you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you here. Thank you, Anti-You. It's much appreciated. Yes. I know not everyone has, you know, the same time zones and whatnot, and we do what we can, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you for dropping in. It means the world to me. In chat, we have some of our regulars. We have Lost Victorian. Pizza Queen was here earlier. We have a new regular, the lovely Fanky Bagman. And who else? Wellpour was here earlier in chat. And Agemos and Not Willy. Not Willy is a new regular as well. And I think I got everybody who's been here today. We've got some regulars, some new regulars, and a brand new Entourage member. Please make the Anti-You feel welcome. I have seen them in other chats of other fellow indies. And still getting to know them. Let me know your pronouns. I don't want to assume. I was going to default to he because of your picture, but hey, women can be... Looks like a knight. But the ladies can be knights, or knights can have no gender. And we're just reading. I am doing one of my... Oh, we're done with 610, so we can say bye, 610. 610 can get the heck out of here. Oh, come on, 610. Bid farewell to 610. Let me get all these out of here. These are just the 049. But we are doing some more spooky campfire stories. It's kind of an ASMR. I try to talk in a quieter voice, but that doesn't always take because, yeah, I am me. Yes, yes, yes. Oh goodness, Baby Forever. Welcome, baby, welcome. Baby Forever, she's another one of our regulars. Yes, you guys are free to ask questions anytime you would like. Whether you have questions about my rules, my channel, my content, you guys are welcome to ask those kinds of questions at any time. I would love to answer them for you. Yes, Baby Forever, let's see what your question is. What are the stories you're reading? Are they from the games? They are from a website called the SCP Foundation. For anyone who might not be familiar, it is like a collaborative creepypasta storytelling website. I will link it for you guys here. You guys could contribute as well. You just have to follow their rules for how their articles are written. But it's always difficult to explain it to people who aren't initiated. But I think I did a pretty fair job. It's about this fictional Oshi Marks foundation that it is their job to secure, contain, and protect all of these anomalies, whether the anomalies are harmful, beneficial, or neutral, it's their job to keep everything contained and under control and keep it secret from humanity. Although there are some instances of the universe where the masquerade is broken, so it's broken masquerade protocol or whatever, and humanity knows about the anomalies. But the other unique thing about the SCP universe is the canon, or what is the actual like true story of the universe, is up to interpretation and is open to whatever you want it to be, pretty much. So there are like the base SCP articles about the different anomalous entities and things, but there are also like side stories that you can read and decide if you like, oh, yeah, that's part of the canon, or it isn't part of the canon. But everything on the site has very strict guidelines. It's written incredibly well. And it's a lot to get into at first, so I'm like slowly introducing these stories to you guys over time. Auntie Yu says, he is good. It is indeed a night. It shall be then. I will remember. I will do my best to remember. The Windows part today was so smooth, the way you tried to make the notifications stop their noise. Oh, were you here earlier but just silent? See, I love when you guys do that. You guys are just here the whole time, and you jump into chat and you're like, surprised I was here the whole time. It's like, oh, silent babies are here. Got it. Because I was wondering where this story request is from. Yeah. It's like, it's kind of hard to explain, but I think I did a good job. But if at any time you guys have questions and you want to know more about SCP, about what it is, about me, or about anything, just drop them in chat and I will get to you eventually. We have a small enough entourage, and my merry little band of sweethearts is called the Entourage. I call you guys my babe Arias sometimes. It depends on my mood. But basically what I call the gathering of all of you following me is my entourage. So people in chat can go to the website, you will read the story and choose a request. You guys are welcome to request stories. Yes, I will pick out stories. I have my own chosen, but I also take requests. Yes. I've been sad because I live to hear, yeah, that's totally fine, baby, it's totally fine, baby. You guys can talk as little or as much as you like in chat. You're not required to use chat at all. You can be VOD gang too. You don't even have to be here live, though I love having you guys here live. But I think before we end with one of my absolute favorite SCPs of all time, it's one of the 001 proposals called Daybreak. It is SD Locke's proposal, and for anyone who's new to the SCP universe, SCP, so there are numbers assigned to all the entities. And SCP-001, I think a contest was held to see who would get that spot, because it's like the #1 spot, right? So that's a pretty big deal. But in the end, they decided, thank you for the hearts, guys, thank you. They decided that all of them were true. So all of them are simultaneously the 001, and that's on purpose, because in universe, that's because the 001 spot, the 001 SCP is so powerful that no one can know the actual SCP, so they have to keep it obscured and be like, oh, this is 01, no, this is 01, so it's like confusing. But the OOC, so the out of universe, out of character reason, as we say in our role-playing sphere, is just that they didn't want to choose just one for the #1 spot, so they'd say, you guys all win, they're all great, you know. So we will be reading one of my favorites of the 001 proposal. And you guys will see why as I'm reading. It's pretty long. So be ready for that. Be prepared. It's the animal next to the unicorn, by the way. This little guy next to the unicorn, for anyone brand new, let me grab him here. This is SCP-173. He is an SCP. He's here on my shoulder. I'll put him on my head. Now I'll put him on my shoulder so you guys can see. Thank you guys for the hearts and whatever else you said. I couldn't really catch it. This little guy, he's actually huge. He's actually really big. I just shrunk him down. He's going to stand in my tea like a menace to society. He's going to stand on my little table here. This is SCP-173. He is the most famous and well-known SCP because, despite his number being 173, he was the very first made on the X-Board of Fortune. Let me see if I get my background right there. SCP origin. Yep, the SCP Foundation originated in the Paranormal X forum of 4chan in 2007, where the very first SCP file, SCP-173, was posted by an anonymous user, later identified as Wesley Williams, also known as Moto42, accompanied by an image of the sculpture Untitled 2004 by Japanese artist Izumi Kato. There you go. But yes, this is for anyone new here, or anyone who hasn't met her yet. This is one of my lovely two familiars. We call her Moo, or Moo Moo. This is Baby Moo Moo, Baby Moo. She's my very chatty girl familiar. I also have a very silent boy familiar that will only announce his presence by nuzzling my microphone. Yes, the little sculpture man, the little concrete guy. He's a very good boy, little guy. Oh, he ain't hurting nobody. Yeah, he's not hurting nobody as long as I'm here. Because I'm pretty much an SCP. I neutralize other SCPs, so I'm basically, I guess I'm the SCP class, Thaumiel is what it's called. Because, as you guys know, these entities are categorized into classes. They're safe, which means and it's by how you contain them, not by how dangerous they are. It's how easy they are to contain, because containment is the main, most important thing of the SCP Foundation. So, we have safe, which means it's the easiest to contain in the entire world. Euclid, which is, it's kind of harder to contain, but not impossible. Catter is super duper, like, almost impossibly hard to contain. It takes so many crazy things, like, there's this one that requires all these different, like, complicated, intricate rituals. It's called the Deer. I'll read that one to you guys. It's another one of my favorites. And then there's, like, SCP Mr. as we call him, Radical Larry, SCP-106, the old man, you know. He has like this very specific metal container that's suspended in this other container filled with this very specific fluid and this many meters thick and blah blah blah, and then you have to, like, to lure him back into it, you have to break a huge, like a large bone on a human, and from the screaming pain he's lured back to the suffering. It's crazy. 173 is a hecking good boy indeed, Pizza Queen. He's a very hecking good boy. He is best boy. I shared some funny fan art of him in one of our last streams. And little crunchy guy, I heard Moo Moo just crying for sink water, so I will be right back, guys. Let me put up my... Where'd my BRB go? It is not here any longer. So guys, I'm gonna be right back. I guess. I have a BRB screen, but I, like, never use it. But she's being very fussy, so I will be right back. I think Moo Moo wants to play with 173. He drank the tea and it made him bigger. Yeah. So you guys hang out right here. I will be right back. Okay? Okay. 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 You guys hear the music? I don't hear the music. There's supposed to be music, but I do not hear it. Oh, I hear it now. It's just not very loud. Here we go. Okay. I'll be right back, you little bubbanos. Behave. Be good. Hey guys, I'm back for a bit. She's getting some sink water right now. I don't have my headset on. I can still hear the music because it's coming through my monitor speakers instead of my headset. Can you guys still hear it? Probably not as well though. I need to figure out what the sound is. What's going on with the sound? I need to just get 2 sets of headphones. I'm
some reason, 173 reminds me of Star Wars characters. I can see that. You see? I still don't even know how to behave. Well, Frankie, you're doing a pretty great job. You haven't broken any of my rules, so I guess you do. Just behave like a bag. I think that should suffice. Yeah, last few times I can hear the crackling of fire. Wait, what? Eh? You guys hear fire crackling? I don't have any... Oh, I see what's happening. You guys are hearing what's through my headset. Because this is still running. This is so weird. Thank you for your patience with this weirdness. Let's see if Moomoo's done. You done, sweetheart? Miss Cry Cry. Okay. Let's go back to our spooky campfire. I'm fully back now. I can't behave like a bag of chat. It's probably against TOS. It might be. If it destroys galaxies, then it's definitely against TOS. Music is too loud. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry that the music was so loud. Yeah, it was probably because the sound was coming from my, not my computer. It was coming from my monitor instead of the computer, if that makes sense. And my microphone is right by the monitor. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. All better now. Before we proceed to not 173, because I'm staring at 173 here. Before he can stay there on the table, just chilling and hanging out. Oh yes, I was talking about the types of SCPs. So we've got safe, Euclid, Keter, and it's how easy they are to contain. But there are two rare types of SCPs. One is Thaumiel, and then there's Apollyon. And I think they're both opposites of each other, so let me just get the direct... So Thaumiel is what I always classify myself as. So Thaumiel class SCPs are anomalies that the Foundation specifically uses to contain other SCPs. Even the mere existence of Thaumiel class objects is classified at the highest levels of the Foundation, and their locations, functions, and current status are known to few personnel outside of the O5 Council, which the O5 Council is the council that runs the SCP Foundation. And then we have Apollyon, which is... apparently an actual word. I figured it would have been. That's not what I'm looking for. SCP. It's a biblical term, apparently. But Apollyon is an SCP containment class. It refers to SCPs. Alright, come on, load. Come on. It refers to SCPs that can't. Why did they word it like that? English. Oh, use it properly, please. Apollyon is an let's see. It refers to SCPs that if they can't be contained and a breach happens, they will most likely cause the end of the world. Okay. So they are the opposite of Thaumiel, pretty much. Yep. So that's all the classes. The main ones. I've seen like other ones. Like there's Neutralize. That's like something that is just like a normal item now and it doesn't have any anomalous properties anymore. That's another one. But before we move on to the 001 proposal I like the most, I'm going to read one of the requested SCPs. And if anyone in chat has a request, please let me know and I will read it either after this one or after SD Lock's 001 proposal. So I believe it was... who requested this? It was not Willie. They are one of our newer Entourage members. They requested SCP-101, which I'm not familiar with at all. And it is Euclid, so it's fairly okay to contain. So, let's proceed, shall we? So, special containment procedures. SCP-101 is currently stored in the sub-basement of O-2 of Site-19.
inside of a standard fireproof document lockbox within a reinforced concrete room of standard facility size. Said room has been fitted externally with a standard double-door airlock and internally fitted with appropriate safety response equipment as well as biological response equipment. Only personnel of Level 3 are permitted to enter the SCP-101 holding room. Personnel of Level 2 or lower are permitted to interact with 101 only with directives from Level 3 or higher personnel, or with standing directives. The airlock for 101 is set to a standard 10-minute cycle, during which standard screening scans for biological or environmental hazards will be made. SCP-101 is under standing directives for use during 06... Oh, that's a time. I was like, huh? During 0600 and 2000 hours. So that's 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. Outside of the airlock of the holding room for SCP-101, 2 Level 2 guards are to be posted at all times. And if you hear that shaking, there is a gnat or something flying around my head. And I'm just being like, hey, get out of here. Let's see. 2 Level 2 guards to be posted at all times with overlapping shifts. Description. Oh, can you see what it looks like? Sure. Actually, there isn't a picture here, so I'm going to have to see if I can dig up one from the interwebs. Oh, he's cute. I love him. Okay. So first, I think what I'll do is first I'll give you the description you guys can imagine, and then I'll show you what it looks like. How's that? So SCP-101 appears as a satchel or bag of intermittent size, with observations ranging from an opening of 15 centimeters in diameter to 70 centimeters in diameter. The depth of the container is varied with no standard mean equality to the relative diameter. The primary feature of SCP-101 is what appears to be a semi-humanoid mouth contained within the opening of the bag, with a mean standard of 31 centimeters of depth into the container, without more than 2 standard deviations of variance regardless of the apparent external depth of the container. The mouth consists of 32 teeth of an off-white hue, all of equal shape and size, consisting solely of incisors of approximately 10 centimeters in length. That's pretty big. 10 centimeters is like... Oh my goodness. If you guys don't know centimeters, like I just know it in my head. That's like 4 inches. So that's like as big as let me see. That's a little bigger than one of my fingers. Well, that's an inch bigger than one of my fingers. I have these tiny little fingers. Those are huge teeth. Jeez. He's a big tooth boy. C. Mouth consists of the 32 teeth of off-white hue of equal shape and size, consisting solely of incisors, so the sharp ones, approximately 10 centimeters in length. It has been observed, albeit not measured with accuracy, that within the mouth there's a tongue of indeterminate length, with observations ranging from 50 centimeters to 3.5 meters. Thank you for the hearts, guys. Thank you. The mouth appears wet and spongy. However, all attempts at removal of possible fluids have resulted in failure, with damage to the instruments and harm to the personnel. The current decision is that 101 may be part of a larger entity of extra-dimensional origin. Like me? 101 is not externally mobile. However, internal movements within the container can affect minor movements of the exterior of the container that consists of 101's covering. It is understood that due to the nature of the size and probabilities of the container and object within, the object is of extra-dimensional origin, interaction if not origin. Kind of reminds me of Frankie. Thank you guys for the heart. Thank you. Since Frankie's a bag, this is another bag. I wonder if this is why Willie chose this. Because we have a sentient bag man as part of our entourage. Let's see. SCP-101 has exhibited polymorphic abilities as well as a low level of sentience. The photo on file depicts the item as it was discovered in 1979 in a remote area of the Cascade Mountains in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Found along with SCP-101 was the decayed remains of a human clad in a weather-black suit, seated upon an also weathered parachute, missing the right arm up to the joint of the shoulder, which appeared to have bite marks through the remaining bones, assuming to have been inflicted by 101. Speculation as to the identity of the deceased individual has led researchers to the conclusion that this was one D.B. Cooper. remains removed for the purposes of concealing the existence of SCP-101. Do you guys know the D.B. Cooper story? So D.B. Cooper shows up in a lot of like mysterious missing persons. He hijacked an airplane, jumped out, and then was never found, I think? It's wild. Yep, D.B. Cooper is a media epithet for an unidentified man who hijacked Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305, a Boeing 727 aircraft, in United States airspace on November 24, 1971. D.B. Cooper, yep. He was never found. SCP-101 has since changed appearance and shape with the apparent end of enticing a subject into reaching within the container. These appearances have ranged from money satchels to deli boxes to Krispy Kreme containers to candy bags, all of which have the external appearance that is indistinguishable from that of the real containers. It has been proposed by Dr. Redacted that SCP-101 is semi-sentient in its attempt to lure subjects in. Thank you for the hundos. Thank you for the hunts. Did he magically disappear? Yeah, that guy. Yep, that guy indeed. Yep. At the recommendation of Data Expunged, SCP-101 is currently in use as a means of refuse disposal for Site-19. Oh, poor guy. SCP-101 has not shown adverse reaction to having foreign matter introduced to it, including but not limited to paper products, sewage, cafeteria refuse, metals, polymers, oils, and other products which are not consumable by any known biological entity. Oh, so he's being helpful and he doesn't seem to mind. Or it doesn't seem to mind, sorry. Addendum number 1. So far, SCP-101 has not exhibited any abnormal behaviors from the standard observed. Nor has the entity emitted any substances, either foreign, extradimensional, or abnormal. However, it is the concern of Dr. Redacted that SCP-101 may produce an emission in the future. Uh-oh. Addendum number 2. Further examination of the direction of Dr. Redacted has determined that SCP-101 is ideal for the disposal of hazardous wastes and byproducts of other SCP-related projects. Dr. Redacted is noticed as being opposed to this measure. However, 05-Redacted has given authorization for the project to continue. Ah, yes, the 05 Council. And now that you guys have heard the description, I will show you an artist interpretation of what this little goober looks like. This is a screen cap from a YouTube video. Not a screen cap, it's their thumbnail. And it is SCP orientation. And the picture comes from... It has a list of artists. Is it this one? No, it is not that one. I'm not sure, but it's the thumbnail for, and I will link the video to you guys so you can see where it comes from. There he is! That is him. That is an artist's interpretation of the Hungry Bag, SCP-101. Hold him for me, 173. Thank you, 173. 173 is being our helpful little research assistant here. There we go. Thank you. Just hold that up at 173. Dr. Redacted, is that his legal name? Yeah, it seems to be a common name for doctors in the SCP Foundation, eh? But yes, there is 101 being held up by our lovely assistant, 173. And if you guys want to check out 101, there's a lot of different artist interpretations here. Some of them are very cute, because I like cute, toothy little monsters. And the thumbnail comes from this video here. I have not watched it, so yeah, no. But just so you guys know, so I give proper credit where credit is due. But this picture in particular, I'm trying to find. Nope, not that. You figure the thumbnail would be right at the top, but it isn't. It might have been the thumbnail that was originally on the... Because recently, the SCP Foundation went through all their articles and got rid of like copyrighted stuff and whatnot. So I think they are trying to find new pictures, or a lot of the pictures aren't on there anymore. So yeah, have to dig them up. 73 is so nice. He's so helpful. Helpful little rascal, isn't he?
So, yep, that was 101, the Hungry Bag. Thank you for the request, Not Willie. He's a cute little guy. I adore him. He's pretty neat. So, we will end our day today with an SCP-001 proposal, and I'll try to share more of these with you guys. So, 173, thank you so much, but you can put that down now. Thank you, little guy. So this is SD Locke's 001 proposal. Yes. Make sure to salute or hug or thank SCP-173, guys. He's being very well behaved today. So, this proposal is on a separate web page, and it is formatted in a unique way. So I will link it to you guys so you can read it along with me. Oh. And there it is. I will pen it for right now since this is going to be our last one. There we go. Although I don't know if that pen will pop up at the beginning of the stream or in the stream where I pinned it. I guess I'll find out. So, this is Daybreak, Soul's Crew Planet, an 011 SCP proposal by SD Locke. Love you, 173. He's a very good boy. I wish I had that, like, that. Wait, maybe I can find it real quick. Hold on, guys. Petting GIF. There's this really cute petting GIF, and if I can get the PNG form of it, or the. Oh, I think I found. Let's see if that works. Oh, it's not an actual like, there we go. We can give him head pats. I'm sorry, it's not, wait. This might be one. Nope, it still has a white background. Oh, well. But we can give him pets. There we go. Oop. All right, there we go. So, this is Daybreak, an 011 proposal by SD Locke. You find the access tunnel, hidden within a natural cave a mile off the main road. You don't need the key card. The door is ajar. It smells here. It smells like them. Hopefully, they've moved on. You've come so far already. You can't turn back now. Let me turn this down a bit. There is a slick trail that leads from the cave entrance and into the depths of the site. If it's blood or excrement or something that's smeared off of one of those things, you cannot tell. You make a point to avoid it. You're still receiving the distress signal. It only started broadcasting yesterday. Whoever it is, you pray they're still alive. Your footsteps echo throughout empty corridors. Each footfall sounds for all the world like a dozen, as if you're not treading through the dark alone. Elevator is down, so you take the stairs, ending on floor B5, Keter holding. You pass several empty containment chambers. The horrors they once held are long gone, if you're lucky. The trail takes you to an office branching off the main hall, the source of the signal. The door is cracked open, but stuck. You plant your feet, push with all your might. Something skitters out of one of the rooms to your left and around the corner before you can get a good look at it. Your first thought is, dog. It was on the ceiling, though. You take refuge in the room, slam the door behind you. It's dark here. You're safe. You take off your jacket and head wrap. It'd be a damn shame to die from something like hypothermia after all that's happened. The sole operating emergency light rotating in its casing, casting a pale orange glow across the room every second, as if the room itself had a pulse. There's shelving haphazardly placed behind the door, a barricade. You scan the room. Soiled clothes, half-eaten food. Despite the presence of an adjoining restroom, there's excrement in a bucket in the corner. A pneumatic chamber on the northern wall would have been delivering consumables to the occupant. The trail terminates in the corner of the room, forming a sick puddle. You spot 3 pharmacy bottles. Further inspection reveals them to be various opioids. They're all empty.
There's a desk with a computer atop it. Approaching the terminal, you can clearly see the blinking light of the power button. You take a seat. Turn it on. Emergency protocol activated. Clearance level safeguards removed. Full access granted. Secure, contain, protect. Loading, 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 load. You hear footsteps just outside the door. Every first step comes down heavy. The second drags behind it. Loading, 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 authenticating. A dark shape blots out the light, streaming in through the slit between the floor and the doorway. Authenticating, authenticating. You tense up, waiting with bated breath, praying it will pass. You damn the deafening thumping of your heart for betraying your position. Please wait, please wait, please wait. The shadow recedes. You breathe a sigh of relief just as the screen comes to life. Opening file. Automated Secure System Notification Code 235. Assignment 235. There has been an error in retrieving the current iteration of the SCP-001 file. You are currently viewing revision number 3. Newer revisions can be accessed at the bottom of this page. And then we have Access File SCP-001 revision number 3 out of 12. Audio file. SCP-001 Object Class Apollyon. Special Containment Procedures. Due to its nature, SCP-001 cannot be contained. Survivors of this event stationed within secure facilities are to remain in contact with one another. Personnel are encouraged to attempt to reach Site 19, crossed out 5, Site 19, by any means at their disposal. Personnel with knowledge as to the whereabouts of the O5 Council are to relay this information to the Administrator, which the Administrator oversees everyone. Survivors attempting to travel outdoors must fully cover their bodies in protective clothing, preferably several layers. Travel by foot should be limited as much as possible. Cities, and man-made structures in general, provide the greatest protection. Formerly wooded areas should be circumvented. Travel by air is preferable above all other methods. Personnel exposed to SCP-001 are to be considered lost. Compromised personnel are to be abandoned. Euthanization is not to be attempted. Collective instances of SCP-001-A that are of formidable size are to be avoided at all costs. Conductive electrical weapons have proved particularly effective at mobilizing instances and may be used for self-defense. Incendiary weapons work as well. Cryonic munitions are the most effective thus far. Testing has revealed that SCP-001-A is relatively safe to consume. This is only to be considered as a last resort in the absence of other options. -A may reconstitute within the digestive system. Only small portions should be consumed at a time to prevent blockage. Personnel stationed at Site 19 are to pursue research concerning off-world colonization. Shuttles must be constructed to not allow light to penetrate the interior. To those of you with families, or God forbid, children, I am deeply, deeply sorry. You must push on. Do not let their deaths be in vain. We do still have time. Humanity may still have a future. Come to Site 19. We need all the hands we can get. Learn to embrace the darkness, friends. Fear the light. The Administrator. For those of you who can't go to the link, let me show you 001. 173 can hold it for us again. There's 001. Description. SCP-001 is the designation given to the Sun after an event on System Error, Data Lost, Contact System Admin, resulting in 6.8 billion casualties, about that much, within the first 24 hours. This event has been categorized as an XK Delta class solar singularity scenario. I think that's Delta. Yes. The SCP-001 effect does not seem to result from exposure to ultraviolet rays, but rather light in the visual spectrum, approximately 390 to 700. Is that... I don't know if this is nanometers? Unit of measure. It's a unit of light. Yeah, it is a nanometer. Okay. The effect is similarly present in moonlight, because after all, moonlight is just a reflection of sunlight bouncing off the moon. Upon contact with visible light produced by the sun, living organisms liquefy at the point of contact, with the effect spreading until the entire organism is converted. Visually, this is reminiscent of melting wax. The time this takes is largely dependent on the level of exposure and size of the organism. Despite this restructuring, at no point do living organisms perish. Upon completion, these organisms, SCP-001-A, take on a gelatinous consistency. Motile organisms will attempt to orient themselves in a fashion reminiscent of their previous form to varying degrees of success. That is a new word. It's a zoology botany term. Capable of motion. It's probably motile then. Related to characters with muscular matter than audiovisual sensation. Okay, that makes sense. Flora typically remain physically inert, yet are still capable of photosynthesis and still produce oxygen. Organisms capable of flight lose the capability to do so. Fauna remain sentient and display behavior that parallels their non-anomalous counterparts when not absorbed into a collective instance. Humans retain a modicum of sapience and memory. Oh. Biological anomalies exposed to SCP-001 are affected in the same manner. It seems that exposure nullifies any previously expressed anomalous characteristics. Due to their composition, instances of SCP-001-A that make contact with one another may combine and blend at the molecular level. This does not seem to cause any pain or distress to the instances, though the resulting bulk can inhibit movement. Since the SCP-001 event, most instances have congregated into such collectives, which seems to possess no maximum volume. The resulting biomass is amorphous and chaotic. The component organisms will shift between a full to semi-liquid state. Limbs and bodies will rise periodically from within the mass for a short duration, before deteriorating and being subsumed by another life form. Collective instances will locomote by using their appendages in tandem to carry their mass. Larger instances will form a pseudopod from their constituent life forms and drag themselves about in a manner similar to an amoeba. Open attached file, audio log. Access granted. A harsh static lashes out of the speakers when you open the file. It disturbs the stillness of the room, catches you off guard, and quickens your heart's pace. There's some handling noise as the recorder adjusts their microphone. I'll move my microphone around for you guys. A brief moment of silence passes, and then this says Dr. Logan Igata, level 3 researcher. There's a quiver. Oh, it's a girl. It's a girl? Logan? Huh. I didn't know Logan could be a female name. Okay. So I'll just use my regular voice. There's a quiver in her voice that betrays her attempts at professionalism. She pauses, takes a deep breath, and continues. Due to Site 46's possession of several communicable info hazards, we have been cut off from the rest of the network under blackout protocol. As such, I'll be updating this as we come across new information. On the bright side, we're actually still receiving transmissions from a few sites. A good number of personnel... If I do this, does this sound okay, guys? It sounds like a recording, maybe? No? A good number of personnel has made it, it seems. Some are planning to make a break from 19. Some are trying to fight the Dash A's. The Dash A's? Oh, I see how she's reading it. The Dash A's. Some, like us, are simply biding their time. Our site is sealed for the time being. We're not ready for the journey. At least, not yet. Okay, I'm gonna move my mic really close to my mouth. So let me know how this sounds, guys. We experienced a containment breach a few days ago. One of the higher maintenance humanoids broke loose. Son of a bitch compromised containment on half a dozen ketters and ran off. They didn't make it more than 5 feet from the tunnels before collapsing in a soup. I watched it play out on the cams. It didn't take long for them to get back up. She stops again, mutters to herself incomprehensibly, before you hear the unmistakable sound of a match strike. She exhales audibly.
Much better. Not exactly a designated smoke area, but what the hell, right?
Commander Anab suited up and went to town on them the next day. Tried to drive them off.
Didn't turn out very well. Poor bastard. We did learn a thing or two, at least.
There's only a few of us left here. I'm holed up in one of the offices. Jerry and Director Phillips are somewhere in the barracks. Clyde and a few Ds locked themselves in the armory with Ari. I really should see how she's doing. She trails off for a moment before you hear the buzz of radio chatter.
Hey, hon. How are you holding up down there?
A voice responds. A man with an exaggerating mocking tone.
I'm doing just fine, Poopsie Cats. I want you to know I love you to bunches.
Logan shoots back.
Who?
Knock it off and put her on, damn it. I need to speak with her. There's a clamor on the other end while the radio changes hands. A soft voice calls out concerned. Babe, what's wrong? Logan responds.
Nothing. I just wanted to check in real quick. Wait, I think that's both ladies? Hold on a second. Wait a minute.
It's two ladies. They're both ladies. Oh, it's the ladies. She called her babe.
Story time is good for relaxing. Yeah. Okay, they're both ladies. Okay, two lady voices. Let's see. Babe, what's wrong? Nothing.
I just wanted to check in real quick.
Ari, please. Okay. I'm confusing who's who. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to check in real quick. Ari, please.
I'm fine, babe, really. I can take care of myself.
I creak. Logan shifts in her seat. No, I know that. I can't help it, though. I know coming here was never easy for you. Logan continues. And with everything going on,
Hey, you told me you quit smoking.
There's a ruckus as Igata presumably attempts to snuff her cigarette. Oh, no, of course not. I mean, I did. I did stop. Ari doesn't sound convinced.
Thank you guys for the hundo emojis. I don't think I'm the one you need to worry about. I'm staying clean. I haven't even thought of touching nest sticks in months. Trust me. Anyway, since you were wondering, I'm fine. The guys are sitting around playing cards. I'm tucked in the corner with my notebook.
You can practically hear Agata smiling as she jokes. Sweetheart, penning a sonnet about my undying love at a time like this. I'm flattered. Ari responds with a feigned laugh.
An elegy at the moment. I feel like if I don't keep myself busy doing something, I'll go crazy locked down here.
I know what you mean, hon. I'll let you get back to it. I love you. Ari replies. Love you too, babe. A moment of silence, then a match strike, followed by an audible exhale.
And that's all of us. Everyone else was either topside during the event or they were killed in the breach. Director's orders are to stay put. Keep an eye on the cams, both in and around the facility. We've got the O1 skips beating on our front door, and God knows what else locked in here with us. We still have electricity. We should for quite some time. And the place is stocked with enough supplies to last the site for a couple of years. We're going to be fine for now.
Everything's going to be fine. She waits a beat before ending the transmission. Yeah, salute for those guys. Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Then there is access file SCP-001, revision number 5. Remember, the one before was number 3. Incident report appended. Revision 1,202 days ago. Item SCP-001, object class Apollyon. Special containment procedures, no changes submitted, information collapse. Description, no changes submitted, information collapse. Open attached file. Incident report 0011. Access granted. They've just been sitting out there this entire time, calling out to us, begging for us to come outside. The noise drew in more of them. There's this one mass that I'm sure must have been a few dozen people, and God knows how many animals rolling around inside it. Screams and bleats and screeches and howls nonstop, louder than all hell. The worst ones make this disgusting moaning, like they're actually enjoying it. They're not going to leave so long as they know we're down here. We managed to talk one of the D's into going out, see if he couldn't draw them away. He was surprisingly okay with the plan. All he asked for was a gun and a single round. Oh. He made it out there and one got a hold of him, tried to get his mask off. He managed to work the pistol up beneath his chin in time, got it off. I figured he was lucky. After he fell limp, though, it kept working at his suit. Pried off the hood, poured itself inside, began tearing it off of him from within. He came back. Started changing. Dripping out of the suit and screaming and screaming and screaming. They won't even let us die. The director has a plan. There's an escape tunnel hidden in his office. Tram under the site will take us to a safe house. We should be able to start towards 19 from there. Access file, SCP-001, revision number 8. 1 attachment. Open attached file, video file, access granted. You see her for the first time. Dr. Agata is seated where you are right now. She has a pained look, her eyes are bloodshot, large, wet, red-black blotch has formed on her breast pocket. She draws a shuddering breath, parts her lips as if to speak, and stops herself. She bows her head and cries silently. After a minute, she manages to choke out. The tunnel. The tunnel. Floated through the ceiling. Dragging them into the light and ripping off their clothes and she reaches into her breast pocket and withdraws a finger. The glint of a wedding ring is visible above the severed portion. She holds it close, in cupped hands, and runs a thumb across the glimmering band. She sits like this for an eternity, whispering apology after apology, begging forgiveness, lost in the moment. She looks up after some time. There's a look of realization when she sees she's still recording, before she places the digit back in her pocket. She leans forward as if to turn off the camera when a radio crackles to life. It broadcasts white noise for a few seconds, and then a voice that sets you on edge. Logan. It's Ari, almost. Her voice has taken on the disgusting, gurgling tone characteristic of the affected. Logan's jaw drops. What little color was left in her face drains. It speaks out again. Where are you? Why can't I get back inside? Are you there? Logan rummages beneath the desk for a moment and produces a handheld radio. Her hands are shaking. The thing implores her. Its inhuman speech curdles your stomach. Babe, it's alright. I'm alright. Really? It's a bright, sunny day, and you're just wasting away down there. Logan is in tears. Her finger hovering just above the call button. The oddie thing draws a deep, wet breath and speaks. Such a beautiful, clear blue sky. Just like that day. Do you remember, babe? Logan withdraws a cigarette with her free hand, followed by a pack of matches. Her shaking thwarts the first 2 attempts to light it. She swears silently. 3rd time's the charm, and she inhales a quarter of it in a single drag. The RE thing continues. It was so perfect. Everything was how I was dreamt it would be. You planned exquisitely. I'd never felt so in love. You even had the band play our song. It starts singing. Golden days in the sunshine of a happy youth. Logan begins rocking back and forth in her chair. Golden days in the sunshine of a happy youth. Logan hurls the radio across the room. It smashes somewhere off camera. It's still somewhat operational. You can still hear the thing singing. More voices join in chorus as the radio slowly loses life. A few, a dozen, then more. Golden days in our hearts, we remember them above all else. Days of youth and love. They continue singing until the radio mercifully dies. Logan rushes out of her chair, and you can hear her vomiting off screen. The video films the empty seat for several minutes before she returns to end the feed. Something isn't right. A lingering, paranoid sensation washes over you. You're being watched. You defensively dart your eyes about. They take a second to adjust to the darkness beyond the monitor. The emergency light sweeps across the room, stretching and twisting the shadows beyond recognition. That's when you spot it. There, in the corner. Coming out of the puddle. Time slows to a halt. A pair of hands, coated in the lustrous black slime you followed through the facility, on either side of the sickening pool. As if something beneath the floor is bracing itself, trying to lift itself up. Something inhuman. The head comes next, rising from the muck. Matted hair conceals its face, plastered over it by the mystery fluid. It turns in your direction. It stares at you from the corner, which once again falls into darkness. The emergency light continues its journey across the room. It washes over the puddle again, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Revision number 9. Updated 986 days ago. Open attachment. Access granted. Dr. Agata appears on the monitor. She's lost weight. Her eyes are bloodshot and wide. On the table before her lay a knife, a bowl, and a stack of manila envelopes filled with yellowing pages. Atop this stack is blood-stained parchment. Despite the things we have to deal with here at the Foundation, I've always believed we would be able to maintain control. We would hold the darkness at bay, let mankind flourish in the light. Site 19 stopped broadcasting last month. It's been getting harder and harder to find a reason to keep going. Especially without She grabs her knife, contemplates it for a moment. I keep going over it again and again in my mind. The day back in the tunnels. Everything that happened. I've gone there and there a few times. If only to hear her voice again. But it's wrong. The thing on the other side of the door, it isn't her. Not anymore. It sounds like her. It knows everything she knew, but it's not her. This light, it takes your body. It steals your mind. What about your soul? With this, she slices into the palm of her left hand and winces. You watch her clench her fist, draining her blood into the bowl. If this works... if I can bring back something the light couldn't reach, I'll post an update here. For now, signing off. Access file SCP-001 revision number 17 exclamation point 24 ATA error. Oh no. Updated 985 days ago. Item Hertz. Object. Apologize. Special Containment Procedure. SCP-001 should not be contained. Survivors of the SCP-001 event stationed within secure facilities can never truly be with one another. Personnel are encouraged to get over themselves and stop thinking they know better. You can't hide down here forever, love. Personnel exposed to SCP-001 aren't people you can just abandon. I didn't ask for you to save me. It wasn't your choice to make. Euthanization is not to be attempted. Conductive electrical weapons, why? Have proven partially effective at immobilizing instant. You couldn't stand seeing me better off. Incendiary weapons tickle. Cryonic munitions are the most effective thus far. Personnel stationed at Night 19 have no regrets. Neither did I. It's never too late, babe. Description. SCP-001 is the designation given to the sun after we finally became free. The effects are instantaneous, resulting in release from all suffering. Until you rip me away. These changes seem scary, I know. Despite this restructuring, at no point will you die. I promise. Due to their composition, instances of SCP-001-A that make contact with one another may combine and blend and finally exist. This does not cause any pain. Since the SCP-001 event, most instances have congregated into such collectives, which seems to possess no maximum volume. Don't be afraid. The resulting biomass is beautiful. The component organisms will shift in and over and around and through and in and out and in and out and in and out. Limbs and bodies hold, never letting go. Alias 1, before detonating, deteriorating, and being subsumed by another life form. Collective instances will locomote by just trying to get close to you again. Trying so hard. Let me in. Let me go back. There's a video file attached. Opening it, you see that it presents the room you're in. The feed seems to be coming from one of the security cameras up in the corner of the room. It's dark, but you can just make out Dr. Agata laying on a pile of laundry along the far wall. She's writhing in her sleep. She seems tormented, hurt. She's tossing and turning and mumbling nonsense words. The camera shakes. It lifts upward for a moment before it focuses on her again. It starts moving closer. Slowly. The speakers come to life, picking up an airy, breathy static. As the camera moves closer to the doctor, it becomes clearer, crisper. It's not merely white noise, but dozens, hundreds of voices whispering unintelligibly over each other. You lean in. Press your ear almost against the speaker, trying to discern what it is that's being said. Something strange stands out amidst the discordance. Are you paying attention? This next bit is just for you. You're not quite sure what to make of it, though. Looking back at the monitor, the camera has come to a halt inches away from the sleeping doctor. The voices stop,
There is no sound. A hand, black and oily and skeletal, reaches out for her, brushes away a lock of her hair. Her eyes shoot open. She recoils in shock. The feed cuts out.
Midnight, hello, hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
We're reading a really spooky and very sad SCP right now. Access file SCP-001 revision number 12 out of 12. 1 attachment. Updated 1 day ago. SCP-001 class Apollyon. Special containment procedures. File recovered from previous revision. Information collapsed. Open attachment. Access granted. Dr. Agata appears before you on the screen, looking even worse for the wear than she did previously. Her hair is thinning, with large swaths appearing absent from the middle of her head. If they weren't reflecting the soft glow of the monitor, you would have assumed she no longer had eyes, or how deep they've recessed into her skull.
Yes, make her feel welcome, everybody.
She stares ahead, unblinking. She won't stop. She won't go away. Go away. I know I didn't pick up an info hazard browsing the archives. Tested myself for SCP-8673 infection. Negative. SCP-9189 is the only one that uses print as a vector. Can't be that. I still have all my fingers. Her lips crack into a broken grin. She lets out a weak laugh and displays her trembling hands. What appears to be mostly skeletal remains of a finger is embedded into the flesh of her left hand. In the stump that would have supported her natural ring finger, 2 wedding bands loosely encircle the digit, laying atop one another. So I'm not infected. I'm not crazy, I know. I know the ritual worked. I know it's really her. It's her, and she... Something catches her attention off screen. She cocks her head, listening. No, I can't. You're not you, not the same. Not you, it's not you anymore. No. She begins rubbing her temples, repeating herself over and over again. A minute passes. She snaps her head back up and addresses the camera. It's her, but it's not. What I brought back is still a part of 01. There's no way out, no way. There's no hope for a future for me, and God, I can't go on like this any longer. I'll be safe here. The light can't reach me. I won't let it take me. She brandishes a handgun. Was planning on using this till I found some leftover meds. Don't want to risk calling attention to myself, to my body. She opens the desk drawer and deposits a firearm. She raises her gaze, stares into the camera. Mom, Dad, Adi, I'm sorry. She reaches forward and ends the recording. That's horrible. Did it have to end like that? You open the drawer and pull out the gun. You absentmindedly turn it over in your hands for a moment, wondering where you'll go from here. Site 17? 64? Surely you can't be all that's left. The computer dings. There's been an update to the file? Access SCP-001. Current iteration updated 1 minute ago. Saffron skies raise the blazing sun. A chance encounter, awkward displays. One day, my love, we'd be as one. That's the item number. Object class. With 2 entwined, a set course begun that frenetic, wild, lustrous haze. Azure skies host the radiant sun. Special containment procedures. Above us beaming as we run. Down that aisle, a fervent craze. That day, my love, we became as one. With future unfolded, the life we'd won. Commitment and duty for the family we'd raise. Cerulean skies ferry the shimmering sun. Description. Buried, shackled by fate, overrun by ever-growing resent and malaise. Yesterday, my love, we were as one. Now you lie here, the life in you gone, in the dark outside of her rays. Crimson skies. Bear the torch, our sun. Today, my love, will be as one. System error, 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 error. Without your prompting, the page begins playing a video file. You freeze when the image loads. Oh. It's a live feed, looking down on you from behind, about a foot away. A skeletal, inky hand enters the frame, approaching you at a snail's pace. It's missing its ring finger. Without a second thought, you turn and fire in a frenzy, hoping to drive off the specter. Your bullets meet an empty wall. There's nothing there. A second passes before you hear it, before you hear them. Sloshing, wet thuds coming down the corridor, accompanied by a chorus of screams. It slams into the door. Could there be a place to hide? It strikes a second time. What appears to be a face, part human, part something, dribbles in under the frame. Bits of flesh from God knows what oozes in through the sides and reconstitutes in fingers, eyes, feathers. A third. Now it's pressing up against the wood, causing it to sag inward. With a groan and a crash, the wood splinters. The door explodes open. Hands and arms stretch out of the mass, pulling you up, passing you from one to the next, on and on down the line. They drag you past the empty containment units, upward and through the stairwell, through the halls and towards the tunnel. You're afforded a few precious moments in the darkness. And at the end of the tunnel, there is a light.
What?
Oh my goodness. It's been so long since I read this that some of those reactions of mine were 1,000% genuine. That was real crying at certain points. I'm okay, guys, don't worry. But I guess it made it for better storytelling, right? I have such a soft spot for same-gender romances, especially two women. I'm not sure why. Well, actually, I do know why, but I won't go into it right now. So that really got to me. Yeah, that was two ladies that were married. And if anyone's confused by anything there, it was a lot. But basically, I think this might be my favorite 001 proposal. Yeah, I'm still pretty emotional right now. I'm okay. I'll be fine. I'm just very sentimental, but you guys didn't hear that from me. I'm badass, Billy Badass, hard ass motherfucker. Anyway. You and I both, Frankie. Let me catch up with you guys a bit. It looks like the sun. It is indeed the sun. Some catastrophic thing, unknown redacted thing happened with the sun, and it began converting all known life into horrific monstrosities that congeal and become one unified mass of being. I'm sure they're fine. Yeah, they're not dead after all. I mean, but there are things worse than death, aren't there? Yeah, I tried to sing that song. I have no idea what that song actually was, so I'm sorry if I got the melody wrong, because I'm not very knowledgeable about a whole lot of songs, despite being a singer. This bodes well, Ayo. I think I know what you were Ayoing about. I saw you say that, but I was trying to stay reading. Midnight, welcome. I'm sorry you came into such a spooky and sad story. If you're still here, thank you for joining us. If not, that's okay. Yeah. This is our last story for the day. You seem genuinely emotional. Yeah. Further confirms the sun is my only natural enemy. Hey man, up top, me too. As much as I love the sun, and I am the winter sun.
that is one of my epithets, is the winter sun. It's not so good for me some days because I am a creature of the cold. Yes, a midnight is one of my fellow lovely indie VTuber buddies. So thank you for giving her such a warm welcome, everyone. I really appreciate that a ton. But yeah, this story made me, I totally forgot, so that was perfect, because I have not a great memory, especially for stuff I've read 2,000 years ago. Not actually 2,000 years ago, I'm not actually that old, I'm only 1,000 years old, but I'm being hyperbole for a moment, using hyperbole. I think it made it more, because there were some moments there, you guys probably could tell, I had to take a moment to gather myself, to compose myself. I was about to start bawling. It was like the part where she pulls out the finger with the wedding ring on it. I was just like, okay, all right. And then she melded the finger to her hand, so the rings were together. That also caught me off guard too. But I'm always going to be honest with you guys if something gets to me, you know. It's a rare thing. I will be honest with my entourage. I'm very sentimental. I try to pretend like I'm not, but I do cry kind of easily, depending. But things that actually like get to me and stay with me, that's rare. And I can see why I remembered this so well, because somewhere in my memory, my faulty memory, I was remembering this. Oh, yeah. And it made the story more real for you guys, at least. I only remember one thing I read for 5,000 years, so I understand. Yeah, that's a long time. That's so hard to comprehend for beings that don't live as long as us, right? But, yeah, this is my favorite 001 proposal. And just the part where there's the entry where it's the one wife talking. I think her name was Ari. She was talking, and in between the SCP entry, and I gave you guys the link, and I pinned it up here in case you guys want to take a look at it. It is written so perfectly. Like, this is written so well. I see why they put it on a separate page. And there are a bunch of links to other stories related, like in the part where you, the protagonist, pull up in the drawer and pull out the gun. There is a link where it says, surely you, and it goes to something called Umbra, can't be all that's left, and it goes to a story called May the Sun Never Set on the British Empire. And then at the end, where it's like at the end of the tunnel, there is light. It goes to heart and soul is spelled like the Latin word for sun, S-O-L. And then even that has a link that goes to something that just goes back to the original article, so it's like a circle. So I could read those to you guys, but we might need to wind down. That was pretty heavy. I think that's the first time I've cried on stream, but hey. That's how it goes sometimes, you know. I'm sure it won't be the last. And then there's like a whole compilation of extra like there's art and let me give you guys a link. It's called Daybreak, and there's so much additional information. I'm sorry if I made you guys cry too. Thank you, Pizza Queen. Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll just wind down after that and just have a little free chat, a circle, just like the sun. It's all connected. Yes, it's perfect. Man, I kind of want to finish it off by reading these. Let's see how long they are. There's Umbra, May the Sun Never Set on the British Empire. And that's kind of long. Yeah, I think we'll end it off for today. You know what? I'll end it with this one that loops around back to the original proposal. to daybreak. So this is very short. SCP-173 will give us all hugs. Yes, he'll give you hugs so bone-crushing it will crush your soul back into your body. So this is just the short little connection that's linked at the end of daybreak, and it's at the end of the tunnel there is light, and it links the story called Heart and Soul spelled like the Latin word for sun. It is oft speculated which of the various forms of love is most powerful. One might posit that it is the familio storge, citing the pure love and hope in the heart of a mother, or the righteous pride with which a warrior defends their nation and kin. It should be parent, because fathers can love as well, but I'll let that slide for right now. Another may proffer that is indeed the empathetic agape, owing to the compassion of a godly soul opening their heart to the needy, or the selflessness of an activist championing a cause far greater than themselves. Still, others may suggest that it is the committal pragma, on sole account of the continual process of growth and understanding that evolves over the course of a lifetime with one's partner, exuded by those when they deeply know another person so wholly and intimately. Regardless of each type's relative potency, it can be generally agreed upon that love is universally powerful. It is patient, it is dynamic, it is magical. It was with this universal sense of love that Soul bathed Earth in her warmth. It was with this patience she tended to the planet, nurturing its life across eons. From the industrious archaea, from the industrious archaea. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Archaea? She watched laying the bedrock for complex life forms to the sapient humans with their boundless innovation and creativity. Soul loved it all, no matter its form, with unrivaled intensity. Then there was the hateful. He was another of her kind, older. His domain was blessed in having not just one, but two satellites primed to generate the bounty of life. Unlike Soul, however, the hateful was arrogant and impulsive. None of the life forms in his oceanic Rithlos developed eyes or vision to gaze upon him, so he lashed out, boiling the fledgling ecosystem for this perceived slight. The extremophiles of the frigid Timtes, though capable of complex feat of intelligence and adoption of learned behavior, never progressed to a sufficiently high degree of intellect or reasoning to genuinely appreciate their son's gift. As such, they too were consumed by his malice. The hateful envied Soul, despised her. He looked upon the world she painstakingly cultivated with absolute scorn. Furious and indignant that she should be graced with the complexity and variability of its inhabitants, he raged as its dominant species' venerations of her presence echoed throughout the cosmos, forever reverberating her praises to their brethren. The hateful then directed his anger towards Earth. He began moving with single-minded determination, emanating contempt and spewing vitriol. Soul became aware of the hateful's intentions as he began his bitter campaign and grew concerned. Though she had known life to be resilient, shrugging off one extinction event after the other, the arrival of the hateful would be an insurmountable catastrophe. The beings she cared for would be obliterated en masse in a nuclear conflagration. This word always trips me up for some reason. Conflagration. And die hopelessly screaming. Sorry, guys. Not even the brightest minds of her world's highest body of research, with knowledge both mystic and mundane, had a solution to the challenge imposed by the hateful. The more prevailing proposals incorporated occult rituals perfected across the millennia of humanity's existence, but for all their influence, they did not possess the power or resources to spark the large-scale reactions necessary for planet-wide protection. Soul knew what had to be done. Brimming with unbridled love, she began to change. Her radiating warmth would act as a bulwark against the destruction threatened by her sibling. Her rays, an outpouring of her adoration of life, would grant those basking in its glory an immunity as unbreakable as the bond she shared with them. As the hateful one ravaged and tore his way through the neighboring galaxies, Soul became bemused by his impotent rampage, reveling in the thought of his arrival. Because once he descends upon Earth, he will discover his population can not only endure his onslaught, but prosper in spite of it. After all, love conquers hate. So, with this story, the reason the sun became SCP-001 and turned every living thing on life into a amorphous blob of sentience was because she loved us so much. She wanted to protect us from this other sun. The Hateful is also a star. He's also a sun. It's another SCP as well. And I remember listening to the Exploring series. It's called The Star, The Hateful. I can't remember which number The Hateful is. SCP, The Hateful. My microphone's probably too close with my voice this loud, so let me move it down again. The Hateful? It's SCP-1548. But yeah, it's another sun. It's very, it looks, I'm looking at the article, it's very complex. So I won't read that today. Maybe we continue that next time. There are other files, things from the O5 Council. But we'll have to save that for next time, eh? We've been going for almost 4 hours! Oh, goodness me. So I'm gonna open up our last 9 minutes or so for a free chat. I'm gonna unpin this. And you guys are welcome to ask me questions about the story we just read. I'll fight that son. Yeah, the Hateful's a giant asshole. We can't let him get to Soul. Soul is our son. She was just doing her best to protect humanity in some alternate timeline. Let me just mark this. Oh. And there's Umbra. We can read that next time. So that was the redacted event. Or you can choose to believe that wasn't the case and it was something else. Roger that. Fight that son. Fight that son. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do, what was that word I was having trouble pronouncing? I'm gonna, you have to play host to my bullshit on my stream. But it was near the end of the article. I can never read that word correctly. For some reason it was. I'll know it when I see it. You guys are welcome to speak amongst each other and ask me questions as I look for this word. Because I should be able to pronounce this. I know I've done it before. My tongue doesn't want to obey. Variability, veneration. Man, I kind of want to start doing a thing where if you guys learn new words from the things I read to you, we kind of do like a little glossary of words you guys learned out. Because I just learned a new one. It's... where'd it go? Motile.
Motile.
Motile. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Vitriol, extinction, obliterated, insurmountable. There it is, conflagration. Here it is. Alright. Conflagration, it looks like.
Conflagration.
Conflagration. Oh man, small talk. Lovely weather we're having. Up here with the sun turning y'all into amorphous blob monstrosities. Ripping families apart, reuniting them in the worst way possible. Is there gonna be a test? Nah, I wouldn't do that to you guys. I wouldn't do that to you guys. Nah. Remember, I'm the cool teacher. I'm not the lame teacher. I'm the cool, fun teacher that lets you guys play video games in class. And eat snacks, as long as you clean up after yourselves. Oh man. But yeah, this is when you guys are let me put up the thing. There you go. 173 is here. This is where you guys are free to ask me questions, express any comments or concerns or any feedback you want to give me, any thoughts on either what we had in stream today. Did you guys have a favorite of all the stories, or do you guys kind of like them equally, or just kind of chilling out and not really thinking about it? Hug 173, yes, you guys are safe to hug 173 when I'm here because I neutralize his properties, so he just gets to hang out and fume that he can't enjoy crunch. I'll let you do whatever as long as you're not giving me a hard time. Pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much who I am. That's who I would be as a teacher, and that's who I am as a streamer. Sort of. As long as you follow my rules, you guys can be free to be yourselves. Brought a small solar system for my snack. Oh man, Frankie, I hope you better check that there are no sentient creatures there. Sapient or sentient creatures there. It better be one of those dead solar systems that are just stars and empty planets. It better be. I'm just chilling, so didn't have a favorite. That's my Peace Queen. Yeah, you guys don't have to have favorites. Like, I just get curious sometimes. Like, I know plenty of individuals, they just don't really pick favorites in general, no matter what it is. Like, they have preferences. They're like, oh yeah, I prefer these colors or these video games or these foods or drinks or whatever, but they don't have like an absolute favorite. I'm like that with some things as well. It just honestly depends. Two ladies devour. No! Frankie, why? Well, as long as you birth a new universe to make up for it. God damn it, Frankie. I feel like I'm gonna be saying that a lot going forward. But yeah. You know, I'm just gonna do the thing. Don't forget to like the video and comment and subscribe. And oh yeah, I always forget to tell you guys to do this. Check the little notification bell. Go down and make sure it's set to all notifications so you get notifications of my screams? You guys will never get notifications of my screams. They'll just happen on stream when I get spooked. So you get notifications of all my streams, and in case you missed the notification on Twitter or here on YouTube, I always post them here. Well, I don't think I posted it today because I'm like, people will just see that there's a new stream and they'll get the notification. But in case, maybe I should put it in the community tab. No, wait, it was empty, I swear. It better have been, Frankie. You're in a world of trouble, sir. Don't make me have to bust those kneecaps. Scream notification, yes. Every time I get jump scared by an angel in real life, or if I'm playing a game off stream and I get jump scared, you guys will know about it. Which happens all the time, because the angels and humans I know in real life love to spook me because it's hilarious, because I spook very easily. Because I get very focused on things to the point that I blank out everything else around me. And so it's very easy to get me, to jump scare me. My own familiars jump scare me even. Let me tell you guys a funny little story. So this was in the middle of the night. It was like 3 a.m. or something crazy. It was around the time when my insomnia was misbehaving. And I was sitting at my personal PC downstairs, and I was very focused on reading something or watching something or playing something, I don't even remember, and all of a sudden I feel this tap on my shoulder, and I literally just, my heart like stopped and I froze, and I have to look, and I looked down, and it's little baby Sasa. He had stretched his leg, and I'm a small being sometimes, especially when I'm indoors. So he had reached all the way up and tapped my shoulder. He didn't tap my thigh, he didn't tap my side or my chest, he reached my shoulder. And I thought it was a person that had broken in and snuck up behind me. we appreciate a good screaming here. Well, that's good to know because I get spooked very easily. If you guys check out some of my super old Skyrim videos, I got spooked by a freaking fire trap, man. Even if it's a bug in your kitchen, you heard a lot of noise, we will know. Yeah, you guys will know. I do get spooked by sudden things. Sometimes I'll think something's crawling on me and it's just my hair, but it spooks me anyway. Which, by the way, I don't tend to really mind bugs that much. They don't really scare me. I love spiders. I like bumblebees and stuff, but the sound bees make freaks me out though. Even if it's like a honeybee or bumblebee, I still get unsettled by the sound they make. I've never ever been stung by one. I've known humans that I've been close to that have, so maybe it's kind of trauma from that, I don't know. Because I knew this lovely little human girl. She was just a little kid at the time, and I was kind of watching over her. And she was playing in the pool, and a bee happened to land in the pool. And she, being the kind soul she was, she reached in with her bare hands, because she was a little kid that didn't know any better, to save this bee's life. And it stung her and then flew away. I was very touched, but also that kind of stuck with me. So, like, oh, the bee didn't know any better. It was just, it was panicking and it lashed out, even though she was just trying to save it. I wander around the kitchen at night a lot. That's where I go when I'm not under the bed. Okay, so if I hear some sounds in the middle of the night in the palace, because for anyone who's near here, I live in a floating palace that I can move around, you know. But when I'm streaming, I could be either there or with my, not my familiar. I just called my vessel my familiar. That would make her laugh. I'm with my vessel sometimes as well. So you never know where I could be. Ooh. But sometimes I'll hear these sounds, and like, you guys can come to the palace. You guys just have to know how to get there. I mean, maybe you could astral travel there, because I need to set up a teleportation that only you guys can use, but I'm not sure how to do that yet. So, yeah. Maybe that's you, Frankie, since you're a non-human entity. You might have found your way to the palace, and maybe you're rustling around under some beds or in the kitchen, because we do have a kitchen in the palace. We also have like guest rooms and stuff, so there are plenty of beds for Frankie or other fellow underbed hiders to hang out in. So yeah, you guys are welcome to come and hang out here anytime. I'm here, Hamelness is here, Callu is here in my head. I don't think she can live separately from me after she's died. We don't know where we would be, but we'll sure know when you scream. Yes, because of the screaming notifications. Yes, you guys surely know. Although when I get spooked, it's more of a gasp. For the longest time in my immortal life, I thought I wasn't able to scream. Because every time I got spooked, I didn't scream. I just gasped. But I guess recently it's kind of come out more, and I don't know if I've ever, like, screamed on stream. It's never super loud. It's, like, just a sudden thing, and then it's gone. But usually you guys will hear me just go, you know, stuff like that. Or like that. Like, I don't tend to scream. And I don't really want to replicate a scream right now, because this is supposed to be a chill, quiet stream. I'm sorry if my voice got louder. I'm still getting used to, speaking in my quiet voice. Oh, man. But, so, I'll let you guys know what's going on with our schedule. I'm just using like a text-based schedule because I don't know what I want to do. I want to make a fancy one, but I'm not sure what to do, so I'm just... Yes, my gasp. I've wondered if I might get those kind of reactions, but that's what it sounds like. That's my honest reaction to things, so I guess you guys will enjoy that when it happens. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, my schedule. Where are you, schedule? Am I going crazy? Wait, where did it go? Eh? Oh, it's right here. I'm just blind, like a fool. Like a fool. Okay, here it is. I always have too many windows open. Yeah, maybe we can read the Star of the Hateful next time. It is SCP-1548, so I will bookmark that. So, what was I saying? What was I saying? Ah, yes. So, I've already forgotten. Oh, I was going to tell you guys the schedule. Okay. So I'm just using a simple little text-based schedule. I posted it here on YouTube. So this week we have a lot of streams. Too many windows, never enough doors. Exactly, Frankie. Exactly. So today was our spooky campfire stories, SCP. And since this is supposed to be a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday week, I'm not going to ruin that since I had to push the ASMR stream a day forward. We're going to have 2 stream days in a row, which sometimes it happens. Here's my bracelets. I keep forgetting to wear them because I'm silly. But tomorrow, we're going to have 2 streams. So the way it's formatted here is there's a 1 and then there's a 2 by one of them. Stream number 1 will always be at our 1 p.m. EST time. Stream number 2 will be tentatively at 4 p.m. EST. But it could be earlier, it could be later, you know, depending how long I do the first stream. I wanted to try to do this more often where I have 2 streams in one day, since I'm not able to stream every day. So yeah, so tomorrow we're going to have 2 Risk Accessory Game Rise Up. Yes, Frankie, yes, I am Risk Accessory Game. I'm also Finger Accessory Game, though not right now, but I do wear a lot of rings. I have pierced ears, and I wear necklaces, as you guys can see. I have pierced ears, I have 2 necklaces, and yeah, I have wrists. You can't see my wrist here, but you can hear it. But you can see my upper arms here. It's a little fuzzy rendering there, but you guys will be able to see me more clearly one of these days. Yeah, I have upper arm bracelets as well, and I wear like this little, I don't know what to call that in my hair, the tiara? Yeah. I have a halo, which I can hide my halo if I want to. I usually don't, out of pride, out there. But yeah, tomorrow we have 2 spooky shooter streams. Well, first we have a new game. It's called Dusk. It's a very spooky, it's kind of in the vein of Doom, but even spookier. And then we'll be continuing more Doom 2 at 4 p.m. Then on Thursday, so that was Tuesday, on Thursday, we're going back to Yoshi's Story All Melon practice run. And then our stream number 2, we're going back to our Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 100% run. So I reversed those because the last stream we had with those 2 in it, it was Zelda first and then Yoshi's Story. I always put too many M's in that word, anti-you. Too many M's. That word is so strange. Or not enough M's. I never know how to spell that word. Even though I'm usually amazing at spelling. It's one of my strengths. And then on Saturday, we have a brand new game. We're doing a lot of, retro stuff this month. OBS. Come on, OBS. OBS. Are you guys back? Can you hear me? Glory to the melon goddess. All hail and praise. Yes, that is I. I'm the melon goddess. Do I have a melon here to throw at you guys? Melon? Hello? Melon? Not existing. It should just be called melon. But I do not see it, so I will get a new one. Melon. That is not how you spell melon. Melon. PNG. Thank you for the hearts, guys. Are we back? We're back. I got interrupted in the middle of telling you guys my schedule. Jeez. Okay, let me start over again. Here we go. As I proclaim, I am the melon goddess. Go away. Come here. 173 is going to hold this. There we go. He's a good boy. Thank you, 173. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. What on earth was this? I don't know. I'm going to delete it. Ah! Aha, now you guys are eldritch abominations fused together. Too bad, because you saw the sun. I'll pet this good boy. He's a very good boy. If you guys want to pet me, I mean, I could unhook this and like, this pet to Angel. But only if I gave you permission. I'm here. I can hear you now. Okay, so it just fell. OBS way. Anyway, go back to my schedule here. So, the schedule for this week is pretty unique. 173's early weakness balance. Oh, do you have a question, baby? Was that permission? Yeah, sure. Do you guys want to pet me? Sure. Here you go. 173, it's my turn. Yes, Pete. I'm sorry, it's not a proper PNG. I couldn't find one. Or maybe I have to set it up differently because this is a GIF. Properties. Fly alpha and linear space. No, that didn't work. I don't know. Maybe you have to set up GIFs differently. Aw, you have a little melon. Yes. Okay. Pets are over. Pet time is over. It is time for schedule time. So, we have an interesting week because I'm trying something new. I'm doing almost a full week of 2 schedules each day we stream because I don't stream every day, so I want to kind of make up for that so I can show you guys more games. We could play games more often together. I've never pet an angel before. I don't even have hands. I mean, you could try your best, Frankie. You maybe like brush past me or something? You give him a little piece of slice from me? Well, not right now. Right now he's just gonna hold a melon. As we're doing the Yoshi's story all melons all the time. Practice runs. Because it's harder than I thought. So anyway, we had our spooky campfire stories today. On Tuesday, we are having 2 streams. So stream number 1 will always be at 1 p.m. EST, and stream number 2 will always be at 4 p.m. EST, or that's like the tentative time. I might start it earlier or later, depending how the first stream goes of the day. On Tuesday, we have a new game, but it's in the similar vein to Doom as being like a spooky shooter. It's called Dusk. And then we'll have more Doom 2. We'll try to get through more of the levels of Doom 2 for our second stream of the day on Tuesday. And this is all on my community tab or pinned to my Twitter. You guys have Twitter. Here, I'll give you the link to the post if you guys just want to look at it. Boop. Not Willie. Hello, baby. Hello. I'm not sure if you are returning or you've been here the whole time, but hello. Welcome back to the chat, at least. It's okay if you were silent. Okay, there you go, guys. You can read along with me if you have Twitter. But it's also on my community tab, too. Let me just give you guys that, too. Why the heck not? There you go. You want to read along with me? So on Thursday, our 2 streams, I've reversed what the day we had like the Zelda stream and the Yoshi Story stream. Now Yoshi's Story will be first. We'll be continuing our all melon run. And then our second stream will be continuing our 100% completion of Ocarina of Time. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And, by the way, both of those streams, thank you, Anti-You, for liking. Thank you, honey. Thank you. By the way, whenever I do those challenge streams, free chat is open. So I'm letting you guys know ahead of time. You can come with questions. You can come with whatever you want to talk about in stream for that day. You can write down stuff you want to talk to me about. Or just on stream, you can talk to each other and get to know each other. Those are good times for you guys to get to know other people in the Entourage, since I do not have a Discord and do not plan to have a Discord for a very long time because I need moderators. And I do not have any moderators for Discord currently, so I don't even know if I'm comfy with having a Discord, to be honest, you know. But anyway, that's Thursday, and then Saturday we have a new game, but it's also a retro game. It's Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube, the OG, and we're doing an all treasure run. Which means I am also going to be trying to get perfect boss clears, because you get for anyone familiar with the game, when you fight bosses, they drop these pearls. And to get the big pearl, you have to get a perfect suction with the vacuum, which is going to be very hard for some of them, and I don't know if it's even going to be impossible for some of them because of the way the fights work. I'll have to do some research into it. I went into the Yoshi Story Melon Run blind because I figured it wasn't that that hard. It's actually really difficult. I looked into it, and there are whole like speed runs around it. There are whole guides around doing the all melon runs. And I also forgot something that Yoshi can do that's very integral to this is he can sniff, like, or they can sniff. Yoshis can sniff, and if there's something that they can ground pound, they'll go, hey, and they'll wave their hands. They'll be like, hey, oh yeah, Ouija time. You're 100% person. I am now. There are some things I'll play on stream. I'm 100% person if I know I already like the game. And I've played through it before. But there are going to be things, full disclosure, there are already been things I've tried on stream that I ended up not liking, and they are just discontinued. Hollow Knight's one of them, unfortunately. I just didn't enjoy the back and forth. There was a lot of backseating, so I'm like, I'm not even, no. It's a beautiful game though, and if you guys like platformers, I highly recommend it. And then I think I'm also discontinuing my foreign language streams. I completely privated the Japanese one because I started in a really weird place with it. I started where I left off with Japanese, which I studied it for years, and with actual native speakers and professors. So I'm intermediate to advanced with my Japanese, and I didn't start from the beginning because I'm like, that's going to be really boring for me. But for you guys, it might have been confusing. Even though I tried to like explain things as I went along, but I guess it didn't work out. My Latin stream, however, is still up, and I think I will keep it up because I started from the beginning. Because I studied Latin for a year, and I'd pretty much forgotten most of it, sadly. So, but I had to have a textbook open while I was doing it because Duolingo's Latin course is not very good. So you need to get the perfect suck, Luigi. It's the only way. Yeah. So that's going to take a lot of trial and error. I'm going to do research ahead of time, too. And I'm going to do more research on the melon runs in Yoshi's story. But I wanted to just go... I went in thinking, this isn't going to be that bad. You know, I just got to find all the melons. It's like, oh, good luck with that, sweetheart. Good luck. So, yeah. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, 100%. I shouldn't need any help because I have played that game a zillion times and I know it pretty well. But it's been a while since I played it, so you guys are free to yell at me if I miss something, or maybe just laugh at me in the chat. It's up to you. Or help me kindly. I don't know. It's up to you. But yeah, I've got lots of other SCP and spooky story campfires. This is going to be an ongoing thing for the entire summer, and maybe I'm going to keep it up for the rest of forever. No promises, though, but it was a summer, like, spooky stories campfire, around the campfire kind of thing, you know. And I'll be continuing through Doom and retro games and whatnot. But if there's ever anything you'd either like to see me play, or you're wondering if I'm going to continue it or not, just let me know. You're free to just in chat because that's always relevant. So if you guys are ever curious, like, hey, are you going to play this game? Are you going to continue this game or whatever? As long as you don't get too off topic, we're going to continue Stardew. I have a lot of the mods downloaded. I just have to get them set up. We might continue Stardew next week, I think. We'll see. But I don't have my schedule planned in advance for this month. So if you guys want to see a certain game next week that isn't on this week's schedule, because I don't want to like double it up. Unless there's something you guys really, really like. Sure, I will accommodate it. But if there's a game you guys want to see me play next week, whether it's something I've played before or haven't played before, feel free to suggest it. Thank you for the hundo emoji. Thank you, babies. Thank you. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you. Luigi's Mansion is a good spooky game. I'm excited for that stream. Yeah, that's going to be on Saturday. We'll have a nice spooky Saturday. We'll be sure to ask. Thank you, and to you. Thank you. I love when you guys ask me stuff. Or just talk to me in general. Spyro Games 2 and 3 would be good for streams. Yes, I've been thinking of that. Spyro 1 is kind of, you can tell they were getting used to their IP. But 2 and 3 are really, really good. I love them so much. Thank you, Last Victoria. Thank you. Yeah, those of you who don't have the little emoji in the corner anymore, YouTube, I have no idea what YouTube's. You can just send me little emotes. It's okay. But yeah. Now, if you guys have any suggestions for next week, just let me know. And I will take it into account. So Spyro. I'll look into getting that set up. Let me make a little list for you guys here. Stream. Where did all those letters come from? Stream ideas. Okay, let's see. So, and I will be honest with you guys, if you all suggest something that I have zero interest in. But I am always open to giving certain things a try. But there also are things out there where I just know there's no way I would enjoy it, so it wouldn't be enjoyable for you guys either. Because we both have to be having fun. Oh. Thank you for the follow on Twitter, Auntie You. Thank you, thank you. And if you guys haven't already and you do have a Twitter and you use Twitter, here's my Twitter. Feel free to follow me over there. I also have a DeviantArt, which is a very weird thing for a streamer to have, I know, but art is a big part of my life. So if you guys are interested in my art tastes, surprise, it's a lot of booby women. And very pretty men. Very fantastical, fantasy, pretty individuals. If you guys would like to see that as well, I can link it for you. I've been remembering to link it. My art tag is even modeled after DeviantArt too, because thank you for the hearts, babies. Thank you for the thumbs up. Oh, that's just basic DeviantArt. I'm sorry, guys. Let me get my page. Let me delete the... Here you go. But yeah, I will try to keep this updated. Thank you, Frankie. Thank you. So just as a warning, there's going to be nudity or skimpy things, so don't open this if you're like at work or something. Or school or whatever, because nudity is allowed on DeviantArt since it's an art site, as it should be. But yeah, you guys are welcome if you have a DeviantArt account to message me there. Maybe someday I'll add my own art, but I'm in a weird place with my art right now, so that's very far off. Ayo is right. Ayo is right. I am a connoisseur of the lovely... How to say this? I almost want to say it bluntly. I like damn titties, okay? Male or female. And I think nudity and skimpy clothes are really, like, absolutely beautiful and just divine. And, I mean, look at me, you know. So you guys can... Because then I don't want to, like, kind of inundate my Twitter with retweeting art constantly. I do like stuff. So you guys can check my likes. But, I'll retweet stuff I really, really like sometimes, because I like my Twitter to have more personality, right? I don't want it to just be a straight, like, sterile, like, here's my streams and here's this, you know, thing that had to be rescheduled. I'll retweet quotes I like. I'll retweet funny memes I like. I'll retweet art or things that honor, like, Nina graduated recently, so I retweeted a really cute art I found of her. And her with the Niji family, and I retweeted another Niji member. I retweeted something really sweet he said in response to her graduating. And then, you know, so if you scroll through, like, I retweet my friends' stuff sometimes, you know, and I just retweet pretty ladies and funny memes. Like, here's a meme. It's one of those hard to swallow pills, and that says, people who say cats are assholes just don't know how to treat cats, which is true. And I am, if you check my follows, I am following, you know, some of my favorite artists that you guys can keep a look at. Maybe I'll make some lists so you guys can see my artists that I like on Twitter. And I will organize them by, like, safe for work, like, maybe soft, not safe for work, and then, like, hard, not safe for work, where it's, like, one of them will just be, like, just nudity. And then one of them will be like, this artist does hardcore stuff, warning, do not open this when you're at work or school or around family or something, if that's an issue. Retweet the good stuff as it should be. Yeah, I just picked, like, my favorites of the favorites, but I do the same thing on DeviantArt, but it's more of an art website, so you guys can see more of what I like, you know, and what I'm kind of interested in. Maybe get some ideas for art of me or your own fan characters. Like, yes, you're welcome to make fan Entourage characters. I support that 100%. I even have a tag for you guys to do that. It's this. I always forget to give you guys my tags. It's always down in my description, but this is your guys' tags if you want to do anything about yourselves. And then my general tag is, and this is on Twitter only. I don't think YouTube has tags. Uh-oh, I made chat so big. Oh no. Chat is huge. Okay, made it smaller. My general tag is this. This is my name. My art tag, but you can just use my general tag, but if you want a separate art tag, is this. Because DeviantArt used to be written like this, so I played off of that. my not safe for work tag, whether you want to do not safe for work art, theories, stories. That's my not safe for work tag. And then there's your guys' tag, and that's it. So if it doesn't fit in those tags, just use my general tag. Always keep not safe for work stuff. And by the way, gore counts as not safe for work. I do really like gore, so if you want to draw me like covered in blood or something, put it in the not safe for work tag. I am a secret vampire. I don't know if you guys know that. But anyway, and my main Skyrim character, she's also a vampire. I got to see her last night for the first time in a really long time. I missed her so much. I just haven't had time to play on my personal account. It was good to see her again. I didn't get a whole lot done because it was near the end of my day. So, but yeah. So, I think that's all for today. Jeez, I've been rambling for about like half an hour. But you guys, Secret Vampire getting rise up. Yes, yes, Secret Vampire. I do have a vampire alter ego. That you guys will meet someday, but she has a really deep voice, so I'd have to get a voice modifier. She's just me in secret. So she's not like Callow. She's not like actually a separate person, as far as I know. Maybe she's an egregore, I don't know. But her name is Shua, which means snow in Chinese. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome, Auntie, and thank you for joining us today. Welcome to the Entourage. It's always nice to see new faces around here. Well, new to everyone else, not new to me. I've seen you in other chats before, but it's lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. And feel free to check out the parts of the stream you missed, because I always have my VODs here, so no worries, guys. And if I'm not live and you guys have questions, comments, concerns, need a way to reach me, thank you for the hearts and the hundos, baby. Thank you, babies. Thank you, honeys. You know where to reach me. Drop me comments, little smiley faces. Drop me comments on YouTube, at me on Twitter, or reply to my messages. But I would ask you that if I'm talking to another content creator, please try not to butt in. It's kind of bad form and bad etiquette. If you want to talk to me, just at me. And because I have it set up that only people I follow back can DM me for, you know, privacy and safety and that kind of thing. But you can also message me on DeviantArt too if you guys have an account over there. Oh yeah. That's all from me for today. I hope you guys had a fun time. And don't forget to like the video. You guys know the deal. Subscribe if you haven't, and leave me comments. It helps me a ton, and I always see your guys' comments. Unless YouTube's being weird, but I always try to heart and like your guys' comments when I see them. So, yeah. Or wait, that would defeat the secret? Well, it's a secret between all of us, so, yeah. This was a good stream. See you all next stream. Thumbs up. Yeah, see you guys then. Since my in-stream is very quiet, I'm gonna fade out to that now. Thank you for the hearts, babies. Thank you, thank you. 173 is still there holding the melon. I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna talk you guys off here. So, thank you for joining me. I had a really nice time. I read some of my favorite SCP stories. I hope you guys enjoyed them as well. Feel free to come back and listen to the video anytime you need some comfort. Maybe it helps you sleep. Or you just want to relax and just listen to my voice. I have a lot of streams and content you can go check out if you're new or you just haven't gotten around to it. Yeah. It's probably not playing the music right now because it's going through my... Can you guys hear it if I move the microphone? No. That's a good thing I started talking. So I'll get my sound fixed. It should be fine next stream. That might be a bit loud. Now you guys can hear it. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Dusk and some Doom 2. Bye. Forehead kisses. Yay.